All right, go ahead and get started. Nice to see everybody. The Finance and Planning Committee will now come to order. We are convened as of 5:30 p.m. Mountain Time. I would respectfully ask everyone attending this meeting to mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. Thanks for joining us. As has been the case, please note that under our current circumstances, our official meetings of the RTD Board of Directors and our committees are being held remotely in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. For the immediate future, as we've been doing, we'll continue to be holding these meetings via Zoom, but they will be audio and video recorded and can be accessed at rtd-denver.com, as well as our unofficial meeting minutes. Directors and members of staff, for the sake of the record, if you'd like to be acknowledged during tonight's proceedings, I would ask you to please raise your virtual hand and wait for me to call on you before proceeding to speak. Directors and staff participating by phone can also raise their virtual hands to indicate that they would like to speak by pressing *9. To toggle your mute settings on the phone, press *6. We'll now go ahead and call the roll for our committee members. Director Broom.
Present.
Thank you. Committee Vice Chair Catlin.
Here.
Thank you. Director Cook.
Here.
Thank you. Director Deschel.
Here.
Thank you. First Vice Chair Geisinger.
Here.
Treasurer Whitmore.
Present.
And I am here. So that is 7 committee members present, 0 absent. And for the sake of the record, I would also like to note that we are joined this evening by, I see, Directors Williams, Director Sloan, Director Tisdale. Thank you for joining us this evening. We'll go ahead and move into our public comment period. This public comment period is for anyone who would like to address this committee, specifically regarding any topic in the published meeting agenda for the current and immediately preceding month. If you wish to speak and have not already done so, you may raise your virtual hand or press *9 on the phone. Staff will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. And again, if you're dialed in, you can press *6 to toggle your mute settings. Please bear in mind that if you do participate in this process, you are being recorded. And if you do not wish to be recorded, you can certainly submit your comments in writing. If any speaker has documentation or reference materials for the committee, please submit those to our board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com. During any public comments, the committee members will not offer any responses. Directors or staff members may contact speakers following their comments if the matters do lend themselves to follow-up. Speakers should please begin their remarks by stating their names, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will turn to our board staff team and just ask, do we see any hands raised in the queue? And I do see Director Sloan's hand up. Director Sloan, is there something you had wanted to say at this point in the meeting?
Yes, I see Director Cook is online as well.
She's committee.
Yes. I got her attendance in the committee roll call. Thank you. Are there any speakers in the queue?
Dr. Davidson, I don't see any speakers.
Thank you very much, Tai Shrey. So with no speakers, and also we did not receive any emailed comments for tonight's meeting, we will go ahead and close the public comment period at this time. As we have noted before, we have restructured our agenda this year to move up our information from external entities, and there are 4 items this evening to be presented during this section of information from external entities. The first is regarding our sales and use tax forecast. I'll go ahead and ask Mr. Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer, and the representatives here from the University of Colorado Leeds School of Business to present our sales and use tax forecast. Thank you for joining us. Please, Mr. McLeod, go ahead and begin, and feel free to hand off to our guests. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Davidson, and good evening. Each year, we have 2 sales and use tax forecasts provided by the team from the University of Colorado Leeds School of Business who have joined us tonight. Those forecasts are used for the budget as well as the midterm financial plan. Typically, that forecast is produced and provided to RTD in March and September. And I'd like to thank the team from CU for providing it a month early in August, since we have a condensed time frame. Much appreciated that you got that to us early. I'd like to point out that last in April, when the last review was done with this committee for the March forecast, we attached the actual forecast to the board package. I neglected to do that this time, and I will attach that after this meeting. So it will be included with the presentation materials. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Robert McNown, Rich Wilbekind, and Brian Lewandowski to make a presentation. Gentlemen, please.
Please go ahead and feel free to start.
Ryan's connecting to audio.
Oh, great.
Sorry, I lost my connection.
No problem. Thank you.
So I can kick us off. Thank you everyone for having us back. We're here to present the update to the sales and use tax forecast. I'm Brian Lewandowski. I'm the Executive Director of the Business Research Division. And we're joined with Rich Wilbekind, who's the Faculty Director of the Business Research Division, who will provide an economic update on the macroeconomic environment. And then Robert McNown will follow that with the forecast update, and he'll talk about some of the revisions to the forecast that we're seeing. Rich? We have the slides, Brian. Or do you want me to do the slides? Sorry, folks.
No problem.
You're muted, so we can't hear what you're saying. Mine's frozen right now, Rich. My PowerPoint is. Are you able to share yours? Give me a second. Hopefully, yes. I'm just restarting mine. Here we go. Got it.
Right. And that, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian. So as Brian was indicating, this is part of now a 5-person effort that we're do and have been doing for quite a number of years for RTD. If you move along to the next slide. And as Brian explained, our team prepares the sales and use forecast for RTD, providing this comprehensive report with data analysis on the macroeconomy. And what typically occurs is I give a little brief update, starting with the next slide on the macroeconomy. And then my colleague, Robert McNown, will be talking to you about the revisions to the forecast. So this is a very brief update. We're happy to take questions on the macroeconomy, on the state economy, and obviously on the actual forecast when we're done with the presentation. So as you can see, we've had 2 quarters of negative GDP growth. There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not the economy is in a recession at this particular point in time. We do not believe that to be the case, and I'm not going to bore you with the reasons why. But we're using what you see there with the tan line that's on the screen is the trend of the forecast going forward. And you can see it's pretty flat and going out through 2023. And this is the driver, of course, for our modeling. We're using the baseline forecast from Moody's Analytics, and this this baseline forecast is really calling for tepid growth in the economy in 2023. When we move a little further along, we talk about the non-farm employment. You can see that the number now at this point has gotten back to a number higher than it was in February of 2020. That part is, of course, very encouraging. But if you were to draw a trend line across the slide from where we were in February of 2020 to where we are now, we would be falling about 2 million jobs short of if we had stayed on the trend line. So while it's a positive that we've gotten back to this, same level of employment at this point in time and gotten back there, rapidly based on prior recession kinds of recoveries, it still falls well short of where we would be had we never had the COVID downturn. Next slide. So one of the things, of course, that stimulated this rapid recovery was a tremendous amount of fiscal stimulus from the federal government, as well as monetary stimulus from the Federal Reserve. And the fiscal stimulus is illustrated on this particular slide. When you look at the tan line at the top, personal income, you can see, thank you, Brian, that's great. You can see the bumps of the actual stimulus checks that went out. The first one in April of 2020, the next one in January of 2021, and then the final President Biden's push in March of 2021. So those relate, as you look down to the blue, you can see the incredible drop off in consumption as we shut the economy down. But now, if you look further out to the right, basically the consumption on the blue line is very consistent with where we would have been with trend. So consumption does not seem to have lost anything with the downturn. In fact, I'll show you a slide in a little bit that may suggest that we're even at a higher plane of consumption than we were prior to the COVID recession. And maybe the most interesting line on this slide, it's showing you, is the red savings rate slide. And this is, again, a monthly data slide. And you can see the steep move upwards that Brian's highlighting with the pointer that occurred when we got these stimulus checks. So maybe not so surprising, the first one with people being very concerned in the economy and shutdown mode, they've saved a lot of that check. But then the second and the third checks, a lot of that money went into savings and created what we will call excess savings in the economy. Right now, we're at a very low savings rate, and with the lowest savings rate we've been at since the global financial crisis recession of 2008. So, why is that? Well, I would make the case that it's being impacted significantly by inflation in the economy. People are spending more of their current income to maintain the quality of life that they've become used to. We'll also see that they're spending, we also know that they have spent more of those excess savings that were accumulated based on data that we look at. And they're also piling on a little bit more debt right now, something I'll show you here in just a second. So if we look at this slide, we can see the inflation numbers. And this is as of last week. The new numbers just came out this morning. And while the overall number went down to 8.3%, which was good news, we did see a big jump up in the core inflation number at the bottom. And this is an area of concern for the overall inflation battle, if you will. When you see a little bit more in core, there's a couple of things that make me, sort of nervous as an economist. One thing is that I know that the Federal Reserve pays a lot more attention to core inflation than they do to the overall inflation number. So when the Federal Reserve sees a big jump up in the core inflation as came in today, that gives them a little bit more concern about fighting the inflation battle, if you will. I also want to highlight just really quickly before we move on from this slide, because inflation is such a big topic in the economy. If you look at the far right-hand column, you get a sense of the weights and the things that really are impacting the economy the most over, in terms of the weights, food and beverages, housing, and transportation. Those three items alone account for about 75% of the consumer price index. So we pay a lot of attention. Transportation, fuel costs have been coming down, but we still continue to see food and beverage prices and housing prices continue to increase, and we'll be paying a lot of attention to those as we go forward. So this is a report of the actual interest rates, and you can see the big surge upward that's occurred in both the federal funds rate, the tan line on the bottom, but maybe more importantly, the mortgage rates, the red line, the blue line that you see here. And although not nearly at historic highs by any means, even recent historic highs, meaning the last 20 years, you can see that we had rates higher than that prior to the global financial crisis. Still a pretty dramatic increase, and a pretty dramatic increase that occurred in a relatively short period of time. The right-hand graph illustrates what I was mentioning a moment ago, that we've seen a pretty big jump up in home mortgage debt. That's the darker colored or black bars. And then also seeing a movement up in consumer credit debt, which is the tan. So consumers are using debt as an instrument to continue to be able to purchase homes in this higher environment or higher interest rate environment, but also to consume goods and services. So here we are with the key Colorado indicators and state rank. And this is a variation of a slide that we've shown the board in the past. But this is just a one-year look at the percentage number and also a one-year number for the rank. And as you can see, in a lot of the categories, we're somewhere in the 10 to 15 range in GDP growth at the state level, and employment growth and population growth. A couple of the categories we're actually doing, a little bit better: personal income growth and per capita personal income growth. And the one I would particularly draw your attention to, the ones I will particularly draw your attention to, are the bottom two lines. The labor force participation rate, where we have the second highest labor force participation rate in the country, and the highest it's been in many, many years, even pre-COVID. And then when we look at the federal housing finance authorities home price index growth, you can see we have the 13th highest home price index growth, and this is through Q2. We've seen a lot of indications. I've gotten questions here from the board before on housing affordability and impact on the economy and so on. And I would highlight that the more recent data that we're seeing on the housing market is certainly indicating a flattening of home prices in the last couple of months, and even a decline in certain parts of the metro areas. Next slide, please. So this is what I was referring to earlier. Right now, we look at the retail sales number, and it looks like it's taken off and going to a new level. A different sort of slope than it had in the past, not slope, but different sort of level, really going all the way back to what it was pre-2008 recession. So jumping back to an old line, all the way back to there, the old trend line. And we'll see whether that maintains. I mean, part of the reason that's maintaining is because of inflation right now. So we'll see whether or not this continues out. The month-over-month gain, as you can see, is pretty minuscule, but year-over-year is still very, very strong through July. And then we look at state sales tax collections, again, through July, 10% increase. So we're starting to see pretty big movements. The 12-month average, moving average over the year, 16.9%. So this is a very strong number, but we're wondering if there's weakness out there, just given what we're seeing in some of the national numbers, and given what we've seen somewhat more recently in national sorts of retail sales numbers. So now I'm going to pass the baton to my colleague, Robert McNown, and he's going to talk to you about the RTD forecast and the numbers that are in the August forecast that we just prepared.
All right, thanks, Rich. So Rich has set the national context for the forecasts that our model uses, and as was mentioned, we rely on Moody's Analytics for their national forecasts. And those drive forecasts for the Colorado economy, as you see in this sketch on the left. Although another takeaway from Rick's presentation is that, of course, the Colorado economy does not move in lockstep with the national economy. Instead, our model takes into account some interdependence among Colorado economic indicators, although with the national indicators as important drivers. And then the Colorado economy model, in turn, drives the forecast for RTD sales and use tax revenues. So for this update, for this forecast, we've shifted to Moody's baseline forecast, whereas previously in March, we used a more pessimistic scenario, a more conservative one. But since that time, we've accumulated more data that leads us to believe that the Moody's baseline is the most plausible projection of the national economy, and we're going forward with that in this particular forecast. So back in March, we only had data through the end of 2021, and now we of course always will update with the latest information. So here you're going to see a lot of numbers, and I'll only point to a few. I don't want to overwhelm you here, but just seeing what's happening in the current year, that's pretty robust national growth, as indicated, for example, by retail sales, not so much by GDP, but the unemployment rate has gone quite low, and employment growth is quite strong. And of course, this is all tempered by the observation that consumer price inflation is pretty close to 8%. This is with a projection for the last several months from Moody's. And then take a peek at 2023, and you can see that there's considerable weakening on some of these key indicators, and we'll see that in the forecast going forward. So on the next slide, the U.S. variables, as I mentioned, are among the key drivers of the forecasts for the Colorado indicators. And again, focusing on the current year, you can see that our model forecasts a consumer price inflation that's a little bit higher than the national. And actually, if you move on to 2023, that forecast of 5.7% is substantially higher than what Moody's is projecting nationally. Anyway, across 2022, very strong indicators for the current year, and as we'll see, that's driving very strong growth in RTD sales and use tax revenues. Quite a bit of weakening in 2023, and in fact, that percent change in retail sales at 1.2%, that is really extremely weak, particularly when we recognize that that's far below the rate of inflation that we're anticipating for the next year. So what's going on here? Well, I think the model incorporates what's currently happening to the U.S. and Colorado economies, that there are a number of severe dislocations that are being created by inflation in particular, by the Fed policy of raising the interest rates and cutting back on the purchase of, reducing their purchases of financial assets. And with continuing supply issues. And then I think most importantly, pointing back to one of Rich's slides, that decline in the savings rate. And of course, that means that ultimately households are going to have to retrench, and that could be an important explanation for that very slow rate of growth in retail sales in the next year. So keep your eye on that going forward. The next slide. So this is the heart of the matter, the forecasts of sales and use tax revenues and total RTD revenues. And I think focusing on the percentage changes in the current year, most of the year is already embedded in the actual data. So we're pretty confident that sales tax revenues will grow pretty close to 10.6%. We add our projections for the rest of the year. Use tax revenues are solid, and total tax revenues 10.3% growth. Now, of course, we take that with a grain of salt because a good portion of this increase is eaten away by inflation. And if, for example, the expenditures, if RTD's expenditures face higher prices comparable to what households do, higher, in your case, higher labor costs, higher equipment costs, higher fuel costs, and so on, then of course this rather robust growth in total tax revenues is not going to be so much growth in real terms once we take account of inflation. And then looking at 2023, you can see that very weak projection of retail sales growth is going forward in terms of sales tax revenues, growing at only 1.4%. And again, that's in the face of very strong inflation. So that's really pretty negative picture, I have to say, for RTD revenues for the next year. Next slide. Now, we want to compare the current projection and where we stand today, and also in comparison with the March forecast. And the March forecast shown by the green line there. So you can see that for 2022, our forecast turned out considerably below the actual realization by that red line. But then the two lines are converging here in 2023. So it does seem that the main difference in the forecast currently and back in March is a matter of timing. That 2022 has turned out to be considerably stronger. Now we're looking at 2023, a projection that is currently weaker, that is considerably weaker. And now as we move in towards 2024, the two lines are converging, suggesting that most of the growth in RTD revenues that really is occurring in the current year is going to be tempered by slower growth in 2023. So that for the rest of what we see here, the medium-term forecast out to 2028, the two projections are very similar. So we present to RTD three different forecasts: a short-term quarterly forecast, this medium-term forecast with the annual data, and then also a longer-term forecast that goes out to 2050, as we'll see in a minute. So here in the medium-term forecast, we also present a number of alternative scenarios based on different Moody's scenarios, and that's presented there in the colored lines: optimistic, baseline, and pessimistic. And then the dashed lines, the tan lines on the outside there, the high forecast and low forecast, those are statistically based confidence bounds, so that we would judge that with a 67% probability, the actual realized revenues will fall between those dashed lines. Now, one reason for presenting these alternative forecasts, of course, is that if if the board decides that it's important to be very conservative, then you might opt for a more pessimistic forecast like the red line. One thing that I think is encouraging here is that even that pessimistic forecast, that red line, shows that with the dip down in 2023, the collections are still higher than they were at the end of 2021. So even the pessimistic forecast is not grim by any means. Now this the baseline forecast that we're emphasizing shows a 37% increase from 2021 out to 2028. And by 2028, revenues will rise to slightly above $1 billion. And let's go to the next slide. So here is a summary of our long-term model forecast. This model is grounded in demographic factors that we think in the long run that's going to be the most important driver of fluctuations in the national economy and therefore the Colorado economy and RTD revenues. And so you can see that we don't just have a sort of a straight line extrapolation, but rather variable rates of growth in the 3 decades that are presented here in the forecast. And so you can see in the current decade, RTD taxable sales are averaging a growth rate of about 5.3%, and then stepping down in the following 2 decades, reflecting the slowing population growth nationally as well as in the state and the district, and also the aging of the population, which will have negative consequences for saving, investment, and probably productivity growth as well. Final next slide then. And I do want to emphasize that we present these forecasts based on what the model dictates. We don't incorporate add factors or subjective judgments of the model forecasts. That instead we try to build a model that is theoretically sound and meets state-of-the-art econometric criteria. We are the BRD, the Business Research Division of Leeds, is independent from RTD. We don't have any particular political or financial stake in the forecasts, although of course we want them to be as accurate and useful as possible. So finally, the next slide, we'd be happy to take any questions about the economy forecasts, the revenue forecasts, or whatever you have in mind.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and as always, very thorough and very much appreciated. I'll go ahead and open up the floor for some discussions and questions. I see Director Deschel first in the queue.
Thanks, Director Davidson, and thanks always for a great presentation. Question actually more on the macroeconomic trends that were presented, specifically around jobs. One of the biggest challenges we're grappling with is a people power problem. And if jobs are now at or above where they were pre-pandemic, and our labor force participation rate is higher than it's been even pre-pandemic, and yet the shortages continue to show up not just for RTD but across the economy. Are we just less quote unquote productive, meaning people are maybe balancing their lives better? I mean, what is, from a macroeconomic standpoint, explains the sort of high supply of jobs? You know, workforce is higher than it's been before, and yet we have vacancies higher than they were before as well.
So I'll take first shot at that. I don't know if Brian and Robert want to jump in. So the participation rate is extremely high in Colorado. It is still several percentage points below where it was at the national level. So we have a shortage there directly relating to your question. A second piece is population growth has slowed fairly dramatically at the national level. Some of that is migration into the country. Some of that driven by COVID, some may be driven by politics a few years ago or whatever, but certainly COVID had a big impact on that. And so just with the overall population growing at such a low rate, it's difficult to bring more people into the labor force. A third phenomena that we're paying attention to, and Brian is particularly focused on, is the decrease in multiple job holders. So, if I do this during the day and then at night I go wait a table, I've got 2 jobs in the economy. Well, right now there's 600,000 fewer people who are holding 2 jobs than they were prior to the pandemic. And so the question is, are these people, is the one job they have better and paying more and all of those kinds of things? Or are people opting for a different lifestyle because they experienced things in COVID and they don't want to go back to the way things were? I mean, we have different sort of explanations for that, but that at the national level, that's accounting for 600,000 job gap, that one particular piece. So this is a challenge, and it's, I think, and we see particularly a challenge for small business right now. Larger businesses are able to perhaps offer higher wages, but government is struggling mightily. I didn't show this slide in the presentation, but government employment is substantially below what it was pre-COVID. And we're seeing it in state and local government, local government in particular, and we're seeing it very heavily in education, by the way, teachers and support staff for schools. So this is a big issue. And when we're speaking to different entities, we spoke to Westminster, we work with Westminster, and they were talking about what kinds of things they're going to have to do to incentivize people to work for the city of Westminster because they have so many open jobs. And I think that's a common sort of thing we're hearing right now.
Great. Thank you. That's really helpful.
You're most welcome. Good question.
Thank you for that. Director Broom, please.
Thank you, Chair. When you drive by auto dealerships in the Denver area, their lots are empty and their windows don't have any cars in them. That means there's no inventory. What kind of a percentage of the total of use tax do we get from automobile sales? And are we really starting to get a lot of pent-up demand that we might realize in the next couple of years?
I don't have that number, Brian. Can you see that number?
That's a number that we can access. So I will pass that over to Doug after this meeting so you can share it out with the board.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Doug McLeod. I do have those numbers for July. So our top 25 individual industry producers, new car dealers are number 3. After all general other and merchandising retailers. Second is full service restaurants, but new car dealers, approximately $70 million per month in sales taxes. We received in July $3.9 million. That compares to the previous July of $3.8 million, so relatively flat year over year.
And new sales are running about 13, give or take 13.5 million. They were 16 million going into the pandemic. So we do see, and some of it's supply chain is you're, I think, alluding to, Board Member Broom, but I do think there's a pent up demand there. I'm just a little concerned about sort of the inflationary piece right now, whether or not consumers might hunker down a little bit, given the inflation numbers and given some of the other things we reported tonight.
I can add
a lot of people, when the inflation is so high, decide they need to start spending because their dollars aren't going to buy as much in the future. We may start to see that kind of spending.
I was going to add specifically on the auto sales and the revenues generated by that. Even for 2023, that's one of the brighter sides We do break down our forecasts of sales tax revenues into several key components, and auto sales being one of those. And I don't have the exact number at my fingertips, but I believe it was around 7% growth in in sales tax revenues due to auto sales. And you can see that's considerably higher than what we're getting in terms of the growth in total sales tax revenues. So that's one of the positive sectors. Restaurants are as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions in the queue, I did have just one question I wanted to touch upon. Obviously, late breaking news here, so not asking to revisit the model, but that 2023 number certainly is one we have to pay attention to and sobering. And as you mentioned, especially as we face inflation, would you expect to even further decrease that picture based on today's announcement that I think core 6.3, a little bit of a surprise increase from the 5.9? Is it fair to assume that that may push us even closer to that pessimistic line, or just if you wouldn't mind commenting on that as we consider next year?
Well, my own opinion on that is that I try not to react too dramatically to month-to-month changes in economic indicators. I guess, in fact, in this case, it was a very minor difference from the previous data. It's just expectations were such they were hoping that inflation was going to be considerably lower because of the observed decline in gas prices. But I would say that the projection for 2023 sales and use tax revenues is already so pessimistic. I wouldn't expect it to go negative, for example.
So I have two
Fair
answers
enough.
to that because we're two economists, so we have to have two different answers. So let me just say, I agree with Professor McNown, and actually the higher inflation rate might, be better in terms of the retail sales number because we're doing, nominal numbers, not real numbers. My concern, and I think what was reflected in the stock market today, was a belief that the Federal Reserve not only will do 0.75 point, but may do a full 100 basis point move because they're nervous about core inflation. I was kind of alluding to that in my presentation, and the employment numbers have been so good. I didn't address this, but the weekly unemployment claims numbers have been very low in the economy, in addition to the new employment numbers that are being released. So they might feel they have a little bit more leeway, and that little bit more leeway with a little bit higher, interest rate increases maybe slows the economy down a little bit more, just to directly address your question. So, I do think it's something worth noting, but I would also concur with my colleague that looking at 1 month's data is a little scary, and you need to sort of keep this stuff in perspective a little bit more than just a monthly.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, thank you for the answer to that. I appreciate that. It sounds like there's a start of a joke in there with two economists walking to a bar, but I appreciate the feedback on that. Thank you. Any further questions from any of my colleagues here? Well, gentlemen, it's always a pleasure and always very interesting to see your presentation. So thank you for being thorough and yet succinct. Very much appreciated, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. We always enjoy working with our colleagues at RTD. So we'll see you again in 6 months.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you soon. Take care. All right, we're going to move to our next discussion item this evening, and this is regarding the non-represented employee pension plan fund status. So I'm going to turn this over again to Mr. Doug McLeod, our Chief Financial Officer, and the representatives here this evening to please present the discussion item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. Each year we like to bring the actuaries in from each of the pension plans to give the board an update We try to time it before the budget process because some of the funding obviously has to do with the budget. On the non-represented side, we also refer to as salaried employees. We have 2 retirement plans, one that RTD funds, one being the defined benefit pension plan, which we'll be discussing tonight. That is in effect for employees that were hired prior to January 1st, 2008. Everybody else who's hired on the non-represented side subsequent to that participates in a defined contribution plan. So joining me tonight to discuss that defined benefit pension plan is Wendy Londa, the actuary for the trust. Wendy, please, when you're ready.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm going to try to share my screen. Hopefully I'm picking the right one here. Let's see. Do you all see my presentation?
We do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. I'm glad that works. It's always nice when technology works. So I'm going to, as Doug mentioned, I'm going to give you an update on the salaried plan funding status. So I'm going to start by going over the valuation highlights as of 2022. I'll go over a new slide on the recommended contribution, go over some long-term funding, and wrap up with a projection slide. So this first slide gives you a comparison of what happened last year versus this year. And just want to point out first that the January 2022 results reflect assumption changes that were discussed with the salaried plan trustees last month and approved. So these reflect that. I'll go in a little bit more detail what they are a little bit later. So you can see the participant count declined in total, 609 down to 584, so decline of 25 participants, and the active participants declined by 40. This is to be expected since the plan was closed to new participants back in 2008. The liability of the plan, this is the value of all benefits earned as of each valuation date, increased by 2.5 million from 185.5 to 188 million as participants continue to earn additional benefits. And the actuarial value of assets, this is the plan's smoothed value of assets, where we recognize each year's investment gain or loss over a 5-year period. So 20% each year is recognized, and this helps to mitigate some big swings in the market, as we've seen lately, for the funded percentage of the plan. So it kind of steadies things out a little bit. So the actuarial value, smooth value of assets increased from 144.3 million to 146.5 million. And this is because of an 8.7% return on the actuarial value of assets. And this compares to our 7% assumption. So it's a gain of 1.7% over what we expected. And then the footnote 3 tells you about the market value. So the market return during 2021 was 13.7%. Again, that compares to our 7% assumption. So a nice gain of 6.7% there. The unfunded liability is basically the plan's debt or mortgage. That is the difference between the liabilities of the plan and the assets we have to cover those liabilities. And it's 41.2 million last year, up to 41.5 million. Not much of an increase, and that's because of the nice return on the assets. So assets increased nearly as much as the liabilities. So just a small increase in the unfunded liability for the plan. Funded ratio based on the smooth value of assets. This is the actuarial value of assets divided by the plan's liabilities. So we have last year there was 77.8% assets to cover 77.8% of the plan's liabilities. Now 77.9%. So it still increased a little bit despite our assumption changes. Again, I'll go over that a little later. Because of the nice return on the market value, funded percentage based on the market value increased from 78.5% to 82.4%. So a 3.9% increase. The recommended contribution for the plan is the sum of 2 pieces. It's the sum of the normal cost, which is the cost of benefits expected to be earned by active participants, continue to work. And it's also the amortization payment of the plan's unfunded liability. So basically the plan's mortgage payment. So the sum of those 2 figures is equal to the recommended contribution. Now there's a 1-year lag in the recommended contribution. So this 8.3 million last year is actually the amount that we're recommended contribution for the 2022 plan year. And this 8.5 million is actually the recommended contribution for 2023, because by the time we do it, the plan is already, 3/4 of the way through the year. And then the actual contribution during the year. So these are a little bit, so the 8.3 kind of goes more with the 8.4 over here. 6.1 million was made in 2021 plan year, and $8.4 million of contributions, which is essentially the recommended contribution, was made or is currently being made in 2022. Let's see. So this next slide is a new slide. It shows you the components of the recommended contribution, and those components both in dollar amounts and as a percent of pay. Now the payroll is projected. This isn't actual, it's projected based on what we know at that time of the valuation. You can see it's declining. So 19.7 million was projected for 2021 versus 17.2 million for 2022. Again, we expect a decline because we've got fewer active participants because the plan was closed. The normal cost, again, this is the cost of benefits expected to be earned by active participants during that year. So there's a slight decline. Again, we'd expect this because there's fewer active participants. Even though the value of their benefits increase as they get closer to retirement, there's still a slight decline because there's fewer active participants. So as a percent of payroll, you can see it goes up. So 13.2% versus 13.9%. Again, this is because only a slight decline in the normal cost, but a bigger decline in the payroll. So as a percent of a smaller number, it's a larger percent. Unfunded liability, went over this before, 41.2 versus 41.5 million. But now the amortization payment, the period declines each year. So as of January 1, 2021, there were 10 years left in the amortization periods. That 41.2 million paid over 10 years is 5.7 million a year versus the 41.5 million, which is now being paid over 9 years. So you're paying a little bit more, but over a shorter period of time. So it's a bigger payment. Because of that, the amortization payment as a percent of payroll increases from year to year. Again, you've got a smaller payroll amount, but a bigger cost. So that makes sense. The total recommended contribution is the sum of these two figures. So the normal cost, 2.6 million, plus the amortization payment of 5.7 million gives you an 8.3 million last year versus 2.4 million plus 6.1 million gives you the 8.5 million contribution. And again, because of the smaller payroll amount this year, but larger amortization payments, the total as a percent of payroll increases from 42.1% to 49.4%. Any questions on this page? I know it's a new page. I don't know if anybody has any questions on this one. Crystal clear? I can go through my whole thing if you want first. It's up to you.
Yeah, sure. You go ahead and finish up, and I'll ask directors to take any notes with questions they may have on the slide. Thank you.
Sure. So the next thing is the funding of the plan. So it's been the same since 2016. So the contribution each year is to keep the trust actuarially sound, and it's based on the recommendations of both the actuary and RTD's chief financial officer. So just to give you a frame, I like to start with what happened last year, what happens during the year, and then show how it all shakes out. So as of January 1, 2021, the plan was projected to reach 100% funding in 2031. And that was at that time, we had an estimated return of 11.8% during 2021. And if all this assumes all contribution each year is the recommended amount, and the plan achieves its 7% return each year. So what actually did happen during 2021? Well, the return, as I mentioned before, was 13.7% instead of our 11.8%. So better than we expected. So that's a plus for the plan. And because, as I mentioned before, the actuarial value return was 8.7%. Again, this is versus our 7% assumption. There's a nice gain of 2.4 million on the asset side, but there's a corresponding loss of 2.4 million for liabilities. And this is primarily due to salary losses. So there were furloughs, furlough reimbursements, salary adjustments, bonuses paid that we did not expect. And so that created a loss of about 3.5 million. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we did an experience study and who recommended some assumption changes for retirement, disability, salary, and the joint and survivor election percentage. These were discussed with the salary plan trustees last month and approved. And so they're reflected in this valuation. And the net impact of the assumption changes was an increase in the liability of 1.1 million and a corresponding increase in the recommended contribution of about 300,000. So now if we take all of this, what actually happened during 2021, what does it look like now? So as of January 2022, with an $8.4 million contribution this year, the plan is still projected to reach 100% funding in 2031. So all is good. Same thing. But now what's happened since January 2022? Unfortunately, as you've all alluded to, the nice, not so nice, volatility in the market has created some losses so far this year. The year's not over, so who knows how it's going to end up. But the preliminary return for this plan through July is a negative 8.7% net of investment fees. Again, that compares to our 7% assumption. So when you compare those two numbers, it's a 15.7% loss. Hopefully some of that can be made up before the end of the year, but if not, wanted to show you what happens if it is a negative 8.7%. So if it pans out to be negative 8.7 for the year, the plan is expected to achieve 100% funding 1 year later in 2032. That sounds pretty good, but I'll show on the next page graphically what that also means too. So because the plan is mature, and what I mean by mature, it means there's fewer active participants, more inactive participants, and those inactive participants are receiving benefits. You've got an increase in the benefit payments going out of the plan and less money coming into the plan to cover those. So as an example, in 2021, there was $6.1 million contributions made to the plan, benefit payments going out of the plan of $15.9 million. So that shortfall of $9.8 million needed to be made, is expected to be made up by investment income. Fortunately, 2021 was a good year, and that was made up by investment income. But if that wasn't the case, then if there's a loss, like it turns out there might be this year, but again, might, the year is not over. If there is a loss, that's added to the plan's unfunded liability. So it's a bigger underfunding, which means an increase in the recommended contribution. So that's why because there's more payments going out of the plan and less money coming into the plan, that's why we're more reliant on the returns to cover that shortfall. So this last slide I wanted to go over is really a graphic representation of what I just discussed. So there's two graphs here. The top graph is the funded percentage. Again, this is the ratio of the plan's smooth assets to liabilities. And the bottom graph is the recommended contribution. As I mentioned, it's the sum of the cost of benefits expected to be earned by active participants, plus the basically mortgage payment of the plan's underfunding. So there's two colors of bars here. In the top bar, well, in all cases, the green bar assumes a 7% return each year. And then the blue bar assumes a negative 8.7% return in 2022 and 7% thereafter. So you can see in the top bar funded percentage, not too far off. So in 2031, the green bar hits 100% funding. The blue bar is a little short of it. It's 100% funding in 2032. So not too bad over the long term for funded percentage, but you can see the big difference here is in the recommended contributions. So because of the shortfall, the green bars, you can see there's steady decline in the recommended contribution, but a steady increase until the end of the amortization period in 9 years if a negative 8.7% return happens this year. So this bottom text box kind of shows you what they are. So if the plan has a 7% in 2022, 100% funding reached in 2031, recommended contribution ranges from 8.5 million in 2023 down to 2.8 million in 2032. But if we have one really bad year this year of negative 8.7%, again, it only kicks the 100% funding down 1 year. That's if the recommended contribution is paid each year, and those recommended contributions increase from 8.5 million in 2023 up to 12.7 million in 2031, and then back down to 1.3 million at the end of the amortization period. So in 2032. So that's the last page is just our certification. That's all I had to go over. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
Thank you, Ms. Londa. That was very helpful and really appreciate, especially that last slide there and walking us through the sensitivity analysis. I'll go ahead and open up the floor for any questions or discussion from directors, please. Yes, Director Cook, please.
Yeah, we could ask this now. We're in the midterm financial plan, but I'm assuming, Doug, that you have built these greater contributions in to the extent they're covered in the midterm financial plan range. Is that correct? Are those greater contributions in the 2024-26 timeframe built in there?
Essentially, we've covered it through an inflationary factor. So yes. The question I think before the trustees right now is what recommendation, and I would also mention that there's 5 staff trustees as well as Director Broom and Director Catlin on that trust for this pension plan. We had a meeting not long ago. We'll have another meeting soon. And the question before us is really what would we like to recommend to the board? As far as the budget goes for next year, we have the actual required contribution that Ms. Londa presented of 8.5 million. And the question is, we have extra funding available now. Do we use that funding, which is in our reserves, possibly to bump that up, reduce the requirements shown here going out, or do we continue at a steady state, either match that annual required contribution? And as you can see, beginning in years 2032, we almost have a cliff, right? So we're increasing, and then it drops off down to nothing. So we can also choose to smooth those required contributions over several years, actually push out the 100% funding. Because the plan is closed, that funding would eventually be 100%. So there's nothing necessarily magical about being 100% funded, in my opinion. The main thing is to ensure there's enough funding there to pay benefits until those benefits cease being drawn.
Mr. Chair, one follow-up.
Please.
So in the same way that the negative potential return in the current year for the market value ripples through the coming years, can we mute this effect by paying in an extra amount this year or next year is the question.
Yeah, and I'll start and let Wendy follow up on that. It potentially could based on a forecast, but it all depends on what our real return on our investments are. All of this assumes a 7.0% return every year. So any year that does not happen, or it doesn't average that over a period of time, higher or lower affects the required contribution. Wendy, how would you explain that? Did I miss anything?
I mean, that's very true. That's why this plan is very sensitive to investment returns. But certainly the more money you put now, you've got more chance of earning returns on, right? So instead of like paying less now and increase the unfunded liability, you might pay more later. But if the plan loses money, I mean, you could buy low now. Who knows where the market is? I mean, I'm not one to time the market, but certainly putting more in now helps later, and it also helps with the potential of losing money this year. It helps pay for. It enables the plan to cover more of the benefit payments going out of the plan without having to sell existing assets to cover those. So that's one advantage of putting more in now to help cover that. The benefit payments going out of the plan and leave the assets where they are to continue to earn returns.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Director Cook. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Londa. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Any further questions or comments from directors? All right. Well, seeing none, once again, thank you very much, Ms. Londa. That's very helpful. Thank you for stepping us through that, and thank you for joining us this evening and for your patience on the wait up until this point. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the night, everybody. Bye-bye.
You too. Take care. All right. We'll go ahead and move to our next item. I think I was saying discussion item before, but we are still in our external entities section. So next, we're going to discuss the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 1001 Pension Plan Fund status. So again, Mr. Doug McLeod, I'm going to hand the floor off to you, as well as our representatives joining us this evening to go ahead and discuss the status of this pension plan fund. So Mr. McLeod, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Davidson. So with this plan, the board is aware that we made some changes to the pension structure going forward with the collective bargaining agreement. That collective bargaining agreement went into effect January 1st, 2022 and goes through 2024. One of the big items that affected the pension with that CBA was to close the existing defined benefit pension to new employees that are hired beginning January 1st, 2023 and thereafter. Those new employees would then participate instead in a defined contribution plan in which RTD would contribute 9%. The employee can choose to contribute up to 5% that would be matched by RTD. So that would be the structure of the new retirement plan for new employees going forward. And the idea behind that was to be able to shore up the existing pension plan for our current employees, as well as to reduce some of the risk going forward of funding that plan. So what you'll hear from Thomas Lyle, who's the actuary from Gabriel Roeder Smith for the trust, is surrounding that new structure and kind of what we've done. We also contributed $160 million to help shore up that pension plan. But without further ado, I think I'll turn it over to Thomas at this point. So Thomas, please go ahead.
Great, thanks, Doug. And once again, my name is Thomas Lyle. Thanks for the introduction. I work for Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company, was the actuary for the ATU plan. So for today, I'm just going to kind of briefly go over the valuation results as of the most recent valuation, talk about what the changes were that came out of the CBA and how they impacted the plan, and then talk a little bit about what the future of the plan looks like and what are things that we kind of have to watch for and what are things that we might run into, down the road. So first of all, based on the changes from the valuation and the CBA, the plan is in the best funded status it has been in a long time. In fact, it hasn't been this well funded since pre-2008. So it's right before the Great Recession was the last time that this plan was funded over 80%. So part of that reason is largely driven by the changes made as part of the collectively bargained agreement, which increased benefits and added additional funding to the plan. But also as part of the valuation, we take a snapshot in time. So in 2021, there were better than expected asset returns in that given year. So that also helped improve the funding of the plan. But as I mentioned before, this is just a snapshot in time as of January 1st, 2022. And that means there's no asset experience taken into account in the results that I'm showing here today. And we all know the markets have been down and struggling this year. So if we were to take that into account, the picture would be a little bit less rosy, but I still think the plan is in its best situation that it has been, well over a decade.
Thomas, sorry to interrupt. This is Doug. I'm not seeing your presentation on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Let me share that. That would be very helpful, wouldn't it?
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, thank you.
Is that better? Can you see it now?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So here's that last slide. Here's my introduction, all those words I just said. Here you go. So once again, the major change to the collectively bargained agreement was, as Doug mentioned, the plan closes to new entrants as of January 1st of next year. The multipliers for those tier 2 members are the Amendment 22 members. This is essentially people who were hired after January 1st, 2011, were increased from 1% to 2%. Additionally, the pay that was negotiated as a part of the CBA impacts the pension because the benefits are based on pay. And additionally, some of the contributions to the plan are based on pay. So there's a little bit of an offsetting balance there, but it's important to note that that also impacts the plan. And then the biggest thing is the additional $160 million in contributions to the plan. That's the biggest driver of the improvement in the funding situation. Lastly, the employer contribution was increased to 15% of pay. I believe it was 13% before that. And kind of simultaneously, the last point I want to make is that there was an agreement signed that the benefits were explicitly guaranteed by RTD. I do not believe that was a part of the CBA, but a separate agreement. So the results from the valuation, as I mentioned before, liabilities are higher as a result of the multiplier. The additional funding has drastically improved the plan. But there was one other thing that came out of the most recent board meeting, which was there was agreed to lower the discount rate from 7% to 6.5%. And the discount rate is generally what we look at as what we expect the market to return, our rate of return assumption. And we use that to discount benefit payments so we can calculate our liabilities. So by lowering our discount rate, that generally pushes up liabilities. But it also increases the likelihood that we're going to hit those assumptions in the future. So to give a kind of a big picture, I don't like to spend too much time in the numbers because, really what we want to get to is the meat of the matter is that, as of the last as of the last valuation, the plan was 56% funded, right? So that's just under $500 million in liability and a little over $250,000 in assets. Fast forward 1 year to the January 1st, 2022 valuation. Now, this is before the additional $160 million was contributed, because it was contributed much later in the year as of the valuation date. However, we are reflecting the additional benefit increases and the discount rate here. So we did see a little bit of a drop in the funded situation. So the lower discount rate was kind of offset by the better than expected asset return from the prior year. So we wanted to go ahead and show what does that impact look like for the plan with the additional funding. So we went ahead and projected the results forward. So next year we expect the accrued liabilities to be around $560 million and our assets to be around $460 million. So there's still about $100 million shortfall. But again, the last time this plan was 100 or 80% funded, it's been 15 years. So what does this look like graphically to kind of, some people like to look more into the future to kind of get a better idea. This is a projection of the funded ratio of the plan, with the red line representing the valuation results from the prior year. We can see that the plan was expected to kind of hover around that 50% funded ratio. Whereas this year we're seeing that big jump based on the additional contributions. And then we kind of hovers around that mid 80% for a while. And part of what's going on here is the plan currently has several hundred actives. I think it's 1,500, 1,600 actives in it. And they're contributing 20% of pay in total between the employer and employer. So the additional funds coming in to kind of keep the plan stabilized. As that goes into the future, that steady flow is likely going to drop off as a percentage of payroll. So you might see a little bit of a drop off in the future. But over the next 15 years, the plan is expected to maintain a decent funded status. And I want to touch on something Doug said as well. I mean, there's no need for a pension plan to be fully funded at any given point. What you want to see is the plan moving in the right direction and has good indicators. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a really good direction to move in 1 year. And as we go forward next year or the year after that, there may be more discussions about, what are things that can be done now to make this be better. My boss always says to me, he's like, you only need to be 100% on the day the last payment is made. So it's always kind of a fun thought to think of it that way. So that's where the plan is now. Like I said, it's better than it has been in many years. But there's some things about it coming up in the future that we may need to consider. As the plan closes, there's some of the asset allocations may change, and there may be some pressure to lower discount rates. It may be more sensitive to movement in years where there are downturns. Because if you have a big loss of assets in 1 year, you're paying benefits with a reduced dollar effectively. So this is just something to keep in mind, that there may be future discussions about this. And anytime liabilities are lowered or discount rates are lowered, you will see upward pressure on the liabilities. So I just kind of wanted to put it together in like one slide to say, what are the major risk factors to the plan moving forward? First of all, like I said, the expected rate of return. If we have, downturns in the market, assumption changes, like again, it would lower the discount rate, or for example, if mortality assumptions change, if we have additional mortality improvement in the future beyond what we already expect. Just for the record, we do have mortality improvement built into our model, but there may be some changes in that in the future. And then, as I mentioned before, about how some of the contributions are currently based on the active members in the plan, which is the 15%, the 5% of pay. As the population decreases, that dollar amount gets smaller. So if the population decreases faster than expected, it's possible that there will be additional funding stress on the plan. That's something we'll have to see as time bears out. And I think we'll have a pretty good idea of what that looks like within a few years. So the last kind of thing I just kind of want to wrap up the discussion with is that there's a likelihood that there will be additional funds needed at some point down the road. I wouldn't say that there's a strong need for any additional funding beyond what has already been negotiated at this point, even though we are experiencing downturns in the market. It's just that at this point, there's been such a great improvement in the plan this year that, this is probably a discussion that'll come up maybe further down the road. And, who knows, maybe next year we'll have, significantly great asset returns and the plan will never need money again. And like I was mentioned before, you don't ever need to be 100% funded. In fact, for a closed pension plan, once you have over 100% funded, it's difficult to get that money out if it ever gets to that point. You have to wait until the last day the benefits are paid. So anyway, just talking about, the future discussions are going to be around what our funding policies look like. So that's pretty much my presentation. And just to wrap it up, plans in great condition. Additional funds might be needed in the future, and we'll continue to have those discussions with the board. So thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Much appreciated. And as we've said before, thank you, Mr. McLeod, for the leadership and getting us to this point. It's great to see this in a healthy position for the sake of the agency and for the sake of our employees as well for many years to come. So thank you very much, and thanks for the clarity of the presentation. I'll go ahead and open the floor to any questions or comments from any of my director colleagues. All right, looking at the queue, I don't see any questions. I don't have any questions myself. This is great. Thank you very much for highlighting the risks. Actually, I do see Director Broom has raised his hand, so please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I wonder if Doug could give us an idea of when we'll reach the point where we have an equal number of employees in a defined contribution versus the defined benefit plan.
Thomas, I'm hoping you
please.
can help.
Yeah,
help me out on that one.
Just for reference, for when the plan went to when they had the Amendment 22 members who were hired after 2011, I believe it was either 9 or 10 years where the 50% mark was hit, somewhere in that neighborhood. So I would expect it would be similar.
And if I could add to, one of the things that we looked at when we were negotiating the new funding structure for the retirement plans is we looked at the projections of the cash flows by years. And essentially what happens is as the 15% dollar amount drops down throughout the years, as we have fewer active employees and lower contributions, to which Thomas was referring to, we may have to put more money in because that 15% of a lower payroll equals less contributions going into the plan. What you see is side by side with the new DC plan is those, as we hire new employees, those contributions start to pick up as they start to make up a larger percentage. And so our cash flow needs are really pretty level throughout the next 15, 20 years.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, and thank you for the answers on that. Any further questions? All right, with that, Mr. Lyle, thank you for hanging out here, waiting for the presentation. Thank you for a good presentation, much appreciated. Take care and have a good evening.
Great, thank you for having me. It was good seeing you, and let me know if there's any additional questions or anything I can help with. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. All right, so moving on, we're going to go to our next presentation from external entities. This is regarding the internal audit update. We're joined here by Matt Marino, I believe maybe one or two others from Reuben Brown here. Yes, thank you. And I just want to highlight for everybody that, this has been a work in progress here, as everybody knows. We have really two things going on. We have the performing the internal audit function that we have brought in Reuben Brown for as an outsourced entity. And then, as everybody is aware on the board here, I know we're also working towards the development of our long-term audit committee. We have, some urgency to move forward and form our committee and ensure that we have the committee charter, the revisions to our internal audit function charter, and everything set up hopefully this year. However, given the timeline, we thought that it would be important to bring this item to the board several times in the month of September, since we'll probably be looking at some actions in October or possibly November as well. So I just wanted to start with there just to highlight for everybody that we're really hoping to get some discussion and questions from directors who have it, recognizing that not everyone's had the opportunity to participate in the ad hoc meetings. And I think this is pretty critical to get some thorough but quick input from directors here as we proceed through this. So this is the first of several times that we'll be seeing this in the month. So with that, thanks for letting me just expound upon that for a moment. Mr. McLeod, I'm going to hand off to you just to pass the baton around with Reuben Brown to provide the update on internal audit. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Davidson, and thank you for that introduction. So basically in the board memo, we kind of discussed the history and how we got to this point. Made a lot of progress in a short period of time, and I'd like to thank the members of the Audit Ad Hoc Committee and other board members who participated in that process, as well as Ruben Brown. They've done a lot of work really getting us to this point. I'd like to introduce Matt Marino, who is a partner from Ruben Brown, who's leading the effort for this outsourced internal audit servicing contract, as well as Dave Horonic, who is a manager with Ruben Brown. So Matt, when you're ready, please go ahead and present.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we'll go through the quick slide deck that'll kind of walk us through the high level process, kind of what key decision points that we'll need to reach, and hopefully it'll engage some discussion. And feel free to interrupt me if you need to. I'll watch for hands going up. It will not ruin my presentation, I promise. Let's screen share view full screen. Okay, I'm hoping everybody is seeing the, oh, that's the wrong one. Stop share. It'd be helpful if I share the right work paper. Okay, I'm hoping everybody's seeing the slide deck for the Finance and Planning Committee. Is that what everybody's seeing?
We see that. Good to go.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna walk you through the process. Here's the agenda. We'll go through introductions and I'll introduce you to our team. As Director Davidson and Doug mentioned, I'm with Ruben Brown and we were selected as your outsourced internal audit team. So we have several members on the team and I'll walk you through that. We'll talk about how the engagement team structure is going to work, roles and responsibilities on kind of working through this process, what the scope of work was and where we're at with that scope of work, the timeline that we're trying to achieve, audit committee best practices. Some of this is stuff we've talked about in the past in some prior presentations, governance structure, including proposed audit committee structure, and then audit ad hoc committee recommended structure based on the presentations. So I'm Matt Marino. Here's my contact information, and then Dave is also on the call as well. We're both work in the governmental space, and both of us have worked in internal audit, as well as several other team members who are not on it. The idea behind having several team members is we want to make sure we provide the best level of experience for whatever audits we might be doing. So we have a very deep bench of people, whether it be IT, HR sort of items and so on. And we've also contracted with Dietrich Partners, which is our SBDDE participant in the contract, to help us with that project as well. So there's all of our contact information there. So the outsourced internal audit function, this is just a little graphic to help you understand how that's going to work. So you'll see, obviously, the board of directors are still at the top. Now that's not changing. The RTD board of directors are still in control. They still drive the ship. I just want to make that clear. The general manager and CEO is right there. The CFO, Doug, is the designated liaison to the external, they're the internal audit that's outsourced. I'm the engagement partner or your internal audit lead. And then I have my three managers below there, as well as Dietrich Partners to the extent we need to. So really nothing too big to explain there, except that we do work with Doug quite a bit to make sure we're getting to the right people internally. And then we report up to the directors and general manager. Any questions on that? Okay, I just want to clarify a couple roles and responsibilities. We are here to make recommendations. We're not here to tell you you absolutely have to do it this way. Really, there are, you have the final decision on things. We're trying to identify the different options that are within range of standards and best practices. We'll assist you all with assessing the risk universe, which we'll talk about a little later on. And then we'll conduct audits once we complete that risk assessment and select different audits that need to be done. And then we'll report to the audit committee and management to the extent we need to. RTD board still maintains fiduciary responsibility for the entity. You still make the ultimate decisions. You delegate some of the monitoring and reporting to this proposed audit committee. The board would be informed by the audit committee, but it would the board would still have final decisions on things. So initial scope of work, we kind of had 3 tasks that we've spent most of the time on these last almost 12 weeks at this point. Time flies when you're having fun. Establish an internal audit function and team. So we have the audit team on staff here at Reuben Brown as well as our Dietrich partners. Assist with establishment of the RTD audit committee. So as I talked about, we're going to walk through that process specifically. We're thinking it'll take about 8 weeks to really build out this audit committee as far as people go. And then we're trying to get it done by somewhere near October 31st, 2022, so that we can possibly complete some audits during Q4 of 22 or really early in Q1 of 23. We'll recommend revisions to the existing internal audit function charter, which a draft was attached to the agenda packet, as well as develop the internal function, and then provide guidance on the committee to implement the charter. And then obviously we provide record keeping, tracking, and reporting throughout the process. So we're kind of the project manager, project owner of the whole process. So here's the timeline. As you can see, we've been rather busy. I really struggled to kind of fit this on one slide, so I hope I gave enough detail here to walk everybody through. So we really have had several different ad hoc audit committee meetings, both in July and charter. We looked through some updates that needed to be done. We review and select audit committee scope and structure. So we'll talk about some of that during those meetings. We draft and review the audit committee charter, conduct a risk universe refresh. So many of you likely received an email asking you to provide your input on the enterprise risk management universe for RTD. So we did provide that as a attachment, which we can touch on during the process as well. And then we've advertised a request for qualifications to see what sort of audit committee members could we potentially have an option at selecting as an organization. It's really just kind of seeing what the interest level would be, what sort of qualified individuals we might attract to serve on this proposed audit committee. We're here on September 13th. We're here to update you all through the process, give you some draft documents to review and consider, with us eventually trying to push towards that October 25th meeting to bring it to the board of directors for final approval, with some meetings in between on the 22nd, 29th of September, as well as October 11th, to really get into the nitty-gritty of obtaining feedback from you as directors on things that we would like to see included in both the internal audit committee charter as well as the actual audit committee charter, and also select final composition of the audit committee. So have a lot to do here, but we figured an update on the process is really important because as Director Davidson mentioned, many of you have joined various ad hoc committee meetings, but I don't think all of you have been at all of them. So we wanted to make sure we were providing a good update on where we're at in the process, and kind of paint a vision for where we would like to go with this process. Any questions thus far? So we really got down this, started on this journey as an organization for 2 different reasons. RTD elected into the APTA peer review program, as well as the Office of the State Auditor made some recommendations on some changes to the internal audit function at RTD. And so one of the recommendations that came out of that was forming an audit committee. So when we look at the audit committee, historically how it's been done at RTD is the audit committee more or less consisted of the directors of the organization. When you look at the best practices of audit committees, as far as the IIA or AICPA, or really public companies, or really any other organizations, a number of members that's considered best is 3 to 5 members. You should have a mix of skill sets and relevant experience that would help with the financial management of the organization. Obviously, the membership needs to be independent. Your audit committee has certain responsibilities. They would oversight of initiatives. Obviously, they aren't going to set the initiatives, but oversight. They would help with the risk management process. They would provide oversight on the internal control framework. They would be responsible for monitoring the audit activity of the organization from an internal audit. They also would be responsible for monitoring the external audit. RTD receives several different external audits every year. You receive your financial statement audit. as part of your financial statement audit, you also receive a federal funds audit. You also receive audits from various federal organizations throughout the year. And really this audit committee would kind of be the primary designated place where all that information gets amalgamated and distilled into making recommendations to you as a board on things that they're observing, things that they might think that you as a board might want to consider when you're kind of envisioning the direction of RTD as an organization. Any questions so far? So some additional best practices. Ideally, we'd like to reduce the amount of members on the audit committee to 3 to 5. It should typically be some unelected members of the organization, just because elections can provide some difficulty. And then one of the more key things that we should focus on is obtaining at least one financial expert. And a financial expert is kind of a key term that's thought of in the professional literature out there. Typically, it's thought of as like a certified public accountant or somebody with a similar sort of skill set that has the skills to interpret financial reporting, interpret cybersecurity, IT, GAAP, grant compliance. It's a very wide umbrella, and that's why this financial expert is especially key. And it's really key because the way the directors at RTD works is you are all elected, and some of you may fulfill some or more of that financial expert role, but we want to make sure that we provide that opportunity on the off year where we have no financial expert that may get elected to the RTD board of directors, that we have the ability to obtain that expertise on the audit committee. Many of you likely could fulfill that, but we want to make sure we ensure that would be fulfilled in any given year. The committee meetings would be held several times a year to make sure that we're providing updates to the board of directors regularly and also monitoring what's going on at the organization. Your committee chairperson would report to the full board, which would obviously be helpful to you all when you're making decisions on how to guide the organization. And then we also would want to look at the audit committee's effectiveness. And while we would set it up, we need to reevaluate it every year and say, is this working for the organization? I see I have a question.
Yeah, we can go ahead and take questions live. Go ahead.
This is Marjorie Sloan. Is the expectation that the audit committee members will be compensated for their time?
There are many organizations that do that. I believe at this point that is not an option that we have selected. Right now it's being advertised as a voluntary position.
Thank you.
And then the last thing with the audit committee is we need to establish an audit committee charter. So we already had an internal audit function charter, but we need to have this audit committee charter, because when I get to a couple slides here, in a couple more slides, it'll explain to you how this all will work in concert with the internal audit. So if you look at it here, the governance structure would kind of change to this sort of model, where your RTD board of directors are still there. You would still have your finance and planning committee, but the vision being that your audit committee would report to your finance and planning committee and give you all of the different tidbits of information from the audit activity for the year that the finance and planning committee can consider when making your normal decisions you make as an organization. So that's important, because we're really not necessarily changing it drastically. We're just kind of drilling it down a little bit to where you get some of the expertise that's desired and recommended for the audit committee structure. Any questions on that slide so far? I'm not seeing any. I think we're good. So we presented several different options to the ad hoc committee. We went from options of, 3 all internal members. There are existing board of director members, 5 all internal members, existing board directors members. But where we settled was 5 total members on this proposed audit committee, with 2 directors and 3 external parties. Yes, Director Broom.
Yeah, I had a question about emphasis for the committee. Are they going to be equally involved with performance audits versus financial audits?
They would be primarily focused around financial audits, but if the performance audits address one of the risks that we have identified as our internal audit, they could look at that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks.
So when we look at this proposed 2 directors, 3 external parties, some of the benefits behind this is that, as I mentioned earlier, it allows the fulfillment of the financial expert role regardless of the current board composition, because you would recruit that person externally, regardless of what we end up having on our board of directors. Insights from outside parties, outside of your core board governance, it's always helpful to find inputs from other people that are in the space, but not directly inside your organization. It does limit board influence on the audit activity over the organization, which is just a best practice. Allows for additional involvement of another director and one an external party, limits member turnover due to upcoming elections. So one thing that is always difficult on really any governance structure is terms, and when people are up for election and how often they would roll off. And so with providing some external parties that aren't necessarily subject to election, they would be subject to appointment by the board of directors. They could remain on the audit committee as long as they are approved for their term, and that therefore institutional knowledge is not lost at the organization. Drawback, recruitment of additional members is necessary, so we will have to go out into the community and see if we can find some additional members that want to serve on our audit committee. Risk of member turnover due to elections is still present, so because there are a couple directors that would still serve on the audit committee, that there is some risk that we would need to replace directors if they were not reelected, but they were on the audit committee previously. We did not go with the ex officio position, just to try and keep the number of parties to a size of individuals involved that we can come to decisions with a reasonable amount of efficiency. And really that's kind of looking at trying to make sure the audit process is monitored, but not make it inefficient and overly drawn out. Yes, Director Geisinger.
You mentioned a term. Will the members of the committee have a term?
That is part of the audit committee charter. Ideally, yes, they would have a term that's decided on by the directors when we actually adopt this audit committee charter. So,
and what's the term that's in the charter?
Right now it's open because we were wanting to get feedback from people on what we thought was not too long, but what would be appropriately long, if that makes sense. So right now, if you look at the draft that was attached, it's to be determined. So.
Okay. One way to look at this is that somebody who's not elected could still continue to serve out their term. It doesn't sound like you've thought of that direction, but that is a possibility.
And
Thank you.
Just for the sake of pointing this out, package page 68 is where there's an insert number, typically 3 or 4 on the term, which is open. So 3 or 4 is what's in there as a placeholder, but it's in there as an insert. Sorry, Mr. Marino, did you want to comment on the second part of that comment?
That is excellent feedback that we could write in the charter that if a director does not win re-election, we could evaluate whether they would be able to continue serving as basically an external member at that point. So that's definitely a thing we'll take for feedback and discuss as a group and bring back to you all. Thank you for that feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. And Director Cook, I see you have your hand up as well.
Yeah, I had a follow-up question to Director Brooms. When he distinguished between performance audits and financial audits, and I had, in my prior contact with internal audit and 2 governments, this wasn't strictly a focus on financial audits. It had been a broader function. I wonder if we can compare to other agencies, other transit agencies that have audit committees, and see if they likewise focus mainly on financial audits versus the performance audits. Can you get that information for us?
I can, absolutely, and I do want to make sure I may have misled you when I spoke. I did not intend to say that the focus of the audit committee is only on financial. It's really the audits that's driven by the risk assessment that we will talk about a little bit later. So there could be non-financial things we're looking at, such as performance audits or other things. So I apologize if I gave that impression to the directors.
Are you saying then that it would be both performance and financial audits, but you want the key person on the committee to be a CPA, so that does lend a little bit of weight to the financial piece, correct?
Well, one of the people on should be a financial expert, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a financial focus, but they have a familiarity with auditing standards, what would be best practices for auditing, whether it be performance or financial. They have experience interpreting audit reports, interpreting the recommendations from the auditors, and distilling that to management. So it's because part of what they would be doing is financial. Ideally, finding at least one financial expert is a best practice, but it would not need to be dominated by financial experts by any means. So.
Okay, thanks. Thanks so much, Ms.
Thank you.
So as we mentioned, attached in the agenda packet was the draft audit committee charter, the draft internal audit committee function, and the risk universe presentation. So one thing I would like to point out in the internal audit committee function, previously internal audit reported to the directors and management. In this new sort of setup, the internal audit function would report to the audit committee, and then the audit committee would report to the directors. So that's kind of important because that's the best practices for setting up internal audit as well as an audit committee. But I wanted to make sure I talked through that. And really those are out there for you all to read through, provide some feedback on the next couple meetings coming up so that we can come up with the best answer for RTD. We did compare RTD to other organizations. RTD is somewhat unique due to a couple different factors. The geographic footprint that RTD covers, it's very diverse as far as several different counties, several different cities. We have, numerous more directors than many organizations that provide transit for only one single city or metro area, if that makes sense. But we have looked at recommendations for other governments, and that's kind of where we distilled a lot of these recommendations from, is looking at other organizations as well as the EICPA internal IIA, which is the Institute of Internal Auditors, and other sources to come up with recommendations. Yes, Director Broom.
Is there any direct linkage or reporting to the state auditor?
The state auditor would receive the financial audits from the entity, and I guess to the extent that you would need to respond to things, your audit committee would likely handle that as an organization.
Okay, thank you.
Director Cook, I believe.
Yeah, sorry for the second bite at the apple. So in looking at the draft audit committee charter, I didn't see the linkages you described between the audit committee and the board. And in fact, it looked to me like every instance of board was changed to audit committee. The reports went to the audit committee. I didn't see reflected there that reports would then be forwarded to the board as a whole to see. So I wanted to raise that as a concern, to the extent you're saying that the board is ultimately accountable and has authority. I don't see that reflected in the ways that the committee audit charters has been, redlined, I guess. That's the first thing. The second thing, so both the 2010 and 2020 audits, and then the peer group emphasized as one finding a key piece that was that functional reporting relationship to the board was the board's role to supervise that. And what I think I hear you saying, and I really appreciate the work that y'all have put in the thought. I've heard really good things about the meetings, and I appreciate the chair and vice chair bringing this to the board so as not to get ahead of us. So I really appreciate this. But to the extent that you now have this stand-in committee, and but the board members who actually have involvement are a minority, I don't see that there you could even represent that there's this surrogate reporting responsibility to the board. I'm seeing that we have a minority involved in the decision-making group. So I think, for what it's worth, I think we ought to have 3 who are the board members and 2 who are the outside experts is what I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cook. I just want to clarify, the document you were referencing is the internal audit function charter. So that one would, all of the references to the board were changed to the audit committee. The other document, which is the internal audit charter, which is a 100% new document, hence no red line or purple line or whatever color it shows up for you, is a new document. Hence, that's where we are proposing what the audit committee would compose to, and who would be responsible for appointing the audit committee and who the audit committee reports to. So they're kind of 2 different charters, and I have the internal audit function charter proposed revisions up on the screen currently.
Yeah, thank you. And I actually would just like to comment on that. Thanks for allowing this to be a bit more of a discussion here, everybody, too. This did come up, and I think it's possible that we want to, in our next ad hoc meeting, take the feedback of the reporting structure, because I think Director Cook, I think I'm following the logic that the linkage, there's the internal audit function charter where we have the reporting to the committee, and it's possible 1 or 2 of those upon second review and looking at this, maybe we'd want to adjust slightly, but then that committee is reporting into the board. And I think what you're referring to is then seeing explicit linkage in the audit committee charter and those linkages that go to the board. And it's possible we have a little bit of work to do there to make sure that we have that ironed out. And perhaps at the next ad hoc meeting, we can make that an agenda item and look at some of those specific linkages. And then also, I just also wanted to highlight, as we continue the discussion here, I see some other hands are up, that one of the decision points that we've had and really wanted the feedback of the board on was whether it would be 3 external and 2 from the current board, or the other way around, 2 external and 3 from the current board. So anyway, just as we continue the discussion, for folks who are interested in weighing in on that, that was another one of the items that the ad hoc committee wanted to solicit the feedback from the rest of the board on. So thanks for letting me expound on that. I'm going to go ahead and just call on Director Geisinger here, since I see your hand up is up as well.
Yeah, my comment may be a little bit from that confusion too. I'm not seeing a title on these that tell me that this is, the internal audit report. But, I've attended some of the meetings. I think you guys are doing a great job. I think that our ad hoc committee members are doing a great job as well. But I have the same, I was happy to hear you say the board is still driving the ship. But when I read through this, and maybe I was reading the internal audit charter, I see the board scratched out. The internal audit plan, page 62 of the packet, it says at least annually the CAE must submit to executive leadership and the audit committee, and scratches out board an internal audit plan for review and approval. And then, I think you said that the chair of the committee would report to the board, would summarize to the board. If you look back at what the state auditor said and what our peer review said, the board's, as you said, driving the ship. And I think maybe I appreciate what Eric said, that maybe some rephrasing would help. But I think the board needs to be driving the ship. And I think definitely worth considering having 3 members of the board on the committee as well, but certainly having the board more involved in the plan and the representation of audits and things like that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Director Geisinger. Ms. Marino, did you want to comment on that at all?
I just want to highlight in the audit committee charter, which is I can highlight in the thing in the agenda packet. But if you look at the reporting responsibilities, this is where it highlights what the audit committee is responsible for reporting to the board of directors. So regularly report to the board of directors about committee activities, issues, and related recommendations. Provide an open avenue of communication between the internal audit, external auditors, and the board of directors. Report annually to, well, I guess shareholders probably don't need to say, but we should say stakeholders, and describe the committee's composition, responsibility, how they were discharged, and review any other reports and issues that relate to audit committee responsibilities. So it's really meant to be a monitoring function to ask very detailed questions so that they can bring back any summarized reports you want to see, as well as recommended actions for the directors to consider. So, but I'll take additional feedback.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to go ahead and just take down a note that let's definitely make the point of discussing this at our September 19th ad hoc meeting. And I don't think we need to address this here and now, but General Counsel Snyder, I think it would probably be helpful to have some discussion around when there's key decision points and recommended actions that would come forward, especially with the reporting structure as it's currently outlined. There's probably some details that we need to iron out to make sure that we're following the right order of operations for actions coming through committee and going to board. And I think that if we clarify that and get that right, we can probably clarify the need for board to have authority over the committee. But just because I mentioned this again, I don't know that we need to problem solve that here, but Ms. Snyder, do you have any feedback on that or anything you'd like to add to this point of the discussion?
No, I don't think so. Thank you, Chair Davidson. I think that is something that we can take a look at as we're reviewing and taking in the feedback from all the directors on the two charters that are before them. And just as a reminder, the original charter was adopted by the board before the board had made the decision to outsource the internal audit function. So that's another, shift that is, a pretty significant shift that's happened since the last time the board has seen that charter.
Thank you. Thanks for calling that out. Yes, big change. Thank you. Again, thanks everybody for making this a discussion and kind of going around here. So I'm going to, Director Deschel, I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide a bit more color. I know we at the audit committee had some pretty frank conversations about the board and the board's past performance. And I think it's really important that we are willing to take a look at the mirror. If the board was adequately managing audit, it wouldn't have taken 2 state audits 10 years apart to come up with the same findings to continue to say the board is not adequately managing audit. And so I think that's certainly part of why I advocated for 3 external and 2 internal, which is every single time, biggest risk to the agency is the board. And if the board was, again, it took until Ms. Johnson came here and this new class of folks were elected to have audit no longer report to the CEO and functionally report to the board. That's not on any one person, but it is really important that we're willing as directors to take a step back and say, maybe we do need some outside help. Maybe we do need to see that audit is really being properly addressed, because if you look at a number of the issues we're facing today, many of them likely could have been mitigated with a more robust focus on internal audit and prioritizing those items. And so I think I won't speak for Director Davidson and Director Catlett, but certainly for me, that was absolutely important, was the willingness to take a step back and look at ourselves and say, what do we do well and what don't we do well? I think the other thing which Director Tisdale always reminds us, and hopefully I'm not stealing his thunder, which is we're not carving anything into stone here. This is one route we go, and we don't like it, and it doesn't turn out well. The board can amend it. Frankly, probably every meeting. Probably not a good idea, but the board has that flexibility. So I think while preserving the board's right, the board's power over an audit is really important, and that it is a board function, it's also, I think, equally important to recognize where the board may have failed to perform in the past at the level that this agency needs.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Director Deschel. I think, just if I could just react, this is a step in the board managing managing audits. And, we're looking for our ways to do that. So, yeah, thank you for commenting on that, and love the point about none of this being carved in stone. I think this came up at one of our previous ad hoc meetings, that it would be shocking if we're not reevaluating a couple of things in a couple of years, given how much of a change this is, that we'll need to be flexible once we learn from this process. Given that we have some directors' hands up, I'm just going to continue to call on them. And then, Mr. Marino, I know you were still going through the presentation and discussion, so I'll make sure to come back to you for anything that we didn't touch upon already. But Director Tisdale, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. And I do want to weigh in with some of the directors on the specific question that you have posed, which is the real focus here is, do we want 2 directors and 3 external members of the audit committee, or do we want the reverse of that? I submit that statutorily the obligation rests with us. And so in that instance, I think it is important that we have 3 directors and 2 external members of that committee. I believe that to the extent any criticism has been made about what we have done in the past, that is addressed, A, by establishing the committee in the first instance, and B, by having 2 external members of that committee. But as the obligation rests with us statutorily, then I think we would be loath to reject that directive from the General Assembly. So I think we should do that. Just because something is broken doesn't mean that you throw out the system. It means that you fix it. And this is, I think, the appropriate fix. So as to that central question, I would suggest that I believe a large number of directors would be happier if we had 3 directors and 2 external members of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Director Tisdale, and thank you for the comments on that. Yeah, that's a great point, and I'm glad that we're getting the feedback here. So thank you for raising that. And I'm wondering if, Mr. Marino, if you wanted to comment at all on that feedback. I know that was one of the key pieces we were hoping to learn from board members about preference. Is there anything you want to comment on, given the feedback there?
We just appreciate the feedback, and that was the whole intention behind just bringing this in front of you all, because we understand this is a change and has gotten some attention from various parties. We want to make sure we derive the right committee structure for RTD.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And audit ad hoc committee chair, Director Catlin, I see your hand is up as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Director Tisdale, thank you for acknowledging that just the very formation of our ad hoc committee and outsourcing is a great step in the right direction to addressing those previous state audits. So thank you for acknowledging that. And I'm one that wants to look forward and maybe not flog ourselves too much over the past, but I really appreciate Directors Cook and Geisinger mentioning a more explicit link to the board, just so that we're really clear about the board's authority. I very much appreciate that. So looks like we have quite a bit to discuss at our next ad hoc committee meeting, but this feedback has been really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I see Director Williams as well. Thanks for joining us, and please go ahead.
I just want to say here. I'm in favor of 3 and 2 and support most of what has been said.
Thank you, Director Williams. And would you mind clarifying the three directors? You're echoing the 3 directors and the 2 external. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, I am.
Notes on our. Thank you. Okay, great. Seeing no more hands currently, Mr. Marino, please take the floor back. Yeah, and continue
I have
on.
in my notes just so I make sure I get everything correct, so we get everything all down for the 19th. We're going to look at the 3 director, 2 external, also contemplate if a director were to be not win re-election, could they continue serving as the external member, and we would just fulfill it with a new internal. We'll work on that as well. So that was one of the other things that was brought up that I want to make sure I don't lose track of, and we right size this for the entire thing we're trying to do. I think at this point I want to refresh and just go over the risk universe very quickly, just because we did ask for input from the directors. So I'm going to go ahead and share that, and I'm going to have Dave chime in as well. But so we had done a enterprise ERM assessment back in what was that, Dave? Last year. One of the things that we did not do at the time is we did not receive input from the directors. That was just a decision was made at the time. So we thought, since we're embarking on this new internal audit function, and we're trying to decide what is the risks that the entity needs to address and how we might address that through our internal audit process, we thought what better time than to receive some additional input from the directors. And so we did send out surveys earlier in August. When I believe we received roughly an 80% response rate, which is phenomenal. You as directors should be applauded for your high response rate. And we'll kind of walk you through the highlights of that. Dave, did you want to take over as far as driving, and I'll provide commentary from there?
Sure.
I'll flip for you.
Great, thank you. Yes, so as Matt mentioned, we had a very high response rate, which we appreciate. Shows everyone is engaged and really cares about the risks. We pretty much asked the same questions that were posed last fall of senior management and management. The only thing that we excluded was by design was the management preparedness question for each of those risks, because you're obviously not in the front lines and know how the company is responding on a daily basis with the controls that are in place. So hopefully that resulted in a little bit quicker getting through the survey. If we move on to the next slide, the biggest thing here is the risk universe, which did not change. We pretty much presented the same risk universe, but the bolded items here were the ones that came out of discussions with senior management and management at the time. And obviously, as everybody knows, the factors that have taken place within the world and the economy and Denver at large have changed since then. So there could be additional risks that will show up on this screen here in the future, but we did have a free forum section at the end for people to provide their input to anything that could potentially be useful to the organization when developing the audit plan for the year. The next slide really just kind of shows the top 5 risks. And the biggest thing here, if you may recall, the highest risk in the after last fall's risk assessment was the board structure and performance being the number 1, which was very high actually with the overall risk score, I think in the 10 or 11 range. So after, and you'll see in a later slide that we did put weighting to this. So the people who are closest to the risks, being management and senior management, had a little bit higher rating. The board input as well was taken into consideration. So the 16, or I guess the 80% response rate didn't, I'd say, materially change the risk scores overall, but as you might note, the board structure and performance did move to number 2, and the large service area, rightly so, probably did move up into the number 1 spot from an overall risk, with taking into account the new survey results. The next one is just I guess a fancy slide that we provide with the risk results. And this one is, I apologize for the busyness of the slide, but, felt like this was an adequate way to present. The numbers on the top level are the original scores, and then the board of directors score below that. And then, so for an example, as I mentioned before, the overall risk performance was, for the board structure, was in the 10s, and now it's at 8.88. Based on all that. And then as I noted before, the board of directors had a weighting of 20% on those numbers, as noted down at the bottom, with management at senior leadership at 50% and then management at 30%. So I'll let
Dave, do you want to take questions now, or do you want to wait till the end?
Oh yeah, feel free to, Director Catlin, if you'd like to respond to your first on.
Thank you, Dave. I was just curious how you came up with a 20% weighting factor for the board. I mean, what was the rationale for that?
This is just consistent with every other organization that we do the risk assessment for. And this is primarily due to the people that are closest to the risks. Not saying that you're not close to the risks, but you may be getting chunks of information. You'd be getting information that is maybe provided to you by what maybe senior leadership thinks is relevant for you. Not saying that you're not up to date on the news and outside factors, but just really just consistent with every other organization that we do ERMs for.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I just wanted to point out that we very soon after we get this audit committee convened, we will be doing another risk universe, and it will be updated once again. And I think we can look forward to that. So just wanted to remind board members of that.
And that's a very good point in the fact that, again, the risks have changed since the last time we did the risk. And so we're basically combining what the board knows now from what, I guess, what was known at the time back last fall. Director Geisinger?
Geisinger, yeah, thanks. And did Ruben Brown define the terms here that people considered the board structure and performance, having elected board members all with competing priorities and varying levels of transit experience may impede RTD's achievement of strategic goals? Is that your writing?
Yes, that was what we put together last fall.
Yeah, I got to say, it sort of leads to a conclusion. Varying levels of experience, competing priorities. I'm concerned about the 20% weighting as well. If you look here at the ratings, the board of directors rated that the lowest risk, and the staff rated that as the highest risk. And what that says to me is we have communication work to be done, but not necessarily that really is the highest risk. And I just wonder if the phrasing there could have led to sort of the outcome.
Duly noted. I believe, yes, I think this probably was a little bit more, after our discussions with management and senior management. So we drafted it based on, I guess, the leanings at the time. So yes, it may not have been taken the most objective, I guess, approach to that. And
with the 20%, you said that's what y'all use. Is there a standard in the industry? I mean, are there best practices? Do they say you discount the board's concerns? I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, ability to retain and to get and retain workforce is a huge threat. So I guess what I say is I think it's good we're doing another risk assessment, and maybe checking how we phrase it would be a good thing to do.
Yeah. And for example, like the risk of the workforce, in my mind, would have been probably one of the largest ones. And, after the survey results, it was pretty surprising that maybe it wasn't higher at the time. But yes, we will definitely revisit those and take a closer look to the phrasing of all the risk factors.
Thanks very much.
I think the only other thing to point out to this, I guess, is the last couple slides is, at your leisure, you can take a look at any of the additional risks that were provided ad hoc with the management group and senior management group, obviously, again, from last fall and the board of directors more recently.
Dave, it was basically a free form field where they could just describe risk in their own terms, not confined by the predefined descriptions that were in the survey, correct?
Correct. So in the perfect world, the conversations would have been had probably taken place ahead of time, and those factors would have gone into the risk universe slide that you saw earlier, and then the survey, and then made their way into the survey to be scored. So these are kind of after the fact, but well appreciated.
Okay, I think that's it as far as we wanted to present the updated risk universe to you all. As we had mentioned, we will reassess this prior to doing any audits, and once the audit committee is eventually selected and all that sort of stuff. But we wanted to continue updating you all on the process and all of the work. It sounds like we have plenty of items to discuss on our upcoming ad hoc committee meeting, and I'll turn it over to Director Davidson for any additional wrap up or closeout.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for walking through this. And just on the risk universe side, first of all, thanks to my fellow directors here for the responses and for jumping in on that in the time frame that we had. And yeah, I think, Director Geisinger, great points. I think it's going to be great to have the audit committee formed and starting to work on this so we can really evaluate these risks and take a look at them. I think even to me, for example, there's some that kind of have an interesting intersection. The large service area combined with the dependence on sales and use tax, for example. Director Geisinger, I think you bring up a good point. I mean, even looking at the discrepancy of how the board performance and structure risk is, I think you put it well, that there's perhaps a communication issue in there between leadership and board that needs to be worked on. So lots to discover, and looking forward to getting our committee put together. Just while I have the floor, I also just wanted to say thank you very much to our board staff. We had this August off of board meetings, but the ad hoc committee did continue. So appreciate the staff time that went into ensuring that we would continue to move forward. Thank you for supporting those meetings. So with that, I was going to open up for any other comments from Ruben Brown or directors. And Matt, I see your hands up, so go ahead, sir.
One thing I omitted to update you all on is our where we're at with as far as receiving RFQs or requests for qualifications from potential audit committee members. We've received 2 to date, so we need some more. So to the extent you know people that would be great candidates for our potential audit committee, please encourage them to submit their RFQs on the RTD website so that we can look at all of our qualified candidates and form the best audit committee possible.
Thank you for touching on that. I appreciate that. Yeah, and certainly to fellow directors, please reach out to your networks. I know I've been reaching out to some folks and struggling to get volunteers interested in the topic, but I think it is going to be a really great and rewarding position to tackle given our needs right now. So hopefully others will see it that way. And thanks for touching on that. Any other comments from Ruben Brown? Any other questions from directors? Any comments from staff? Mr. McLeod, anything that you wanted to add? Anything at all before we wrap up this item? All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it. Dave and Matt, thanks for joining us here. And I'll just again add to directors, if you think of other items for feedback, please feel free to submit those in email. Please feel free to call any of the committee members. As we mentioned, we're really interested in that feedback so that we can get everybody's input before we try to finalize this committee structure in October. So thank you. All right, that was I know, lengthy item, but thank you very much, and thank you to all of our external presenters who spoke this evening for their time and for all of the valuable information. So thanks so much. We are going to move straight into our recommended actions, of which we have several. If we do go long, maybe we'll look at a break at some point, but I think we're going to move right along right now. We're in our recommended actions, and the first recommended action is going to be for our account-based ticketing contract extension and fixed fees. This is for the Board of Directors to authorize the General Manager and CEO or her designee to extend the contract with Mesabi by 1 year and implement a fixed monthly fee. So first of all, I'll go ahead and see, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have the mover as Director Geisinger, and I heard the second as Treasurer Whitmore. Great. So, Mr. McLeod, I'm just going to hand off to you to guide the discussion here. I know that we're also joined by Ms. Tanya Anderson, Senior Product Manager. So please go ahead and take the floor to present the item. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just a quick item I wanted to mention is General Manager Johnson has been providing periodic updates about the account-based ticketing implementation that's underway. We do intend to provide another update shortly. General Manager Johnson has asked us to put together an update for her to consider to pass on to the board, just to keep you informed about how that's going. So I would anticipate that going out within the next week. As you mentioned, Chair Davidson, Tanya Anderson, and I'd like to thank Tanya for all her work. It's really been a big effort to migrate to this account-based ticketing. I think it's going to be well received by our customers and work towards our strategic priorities of customer excellence and community value. But Tanya is going to give us a quick summary of this board item that you're considering tonight. So Tanya, please go ahead. Tanya, you're muted.
Ms. Anderson, you're on mute.
Okay, there we go. Let's try it, take two. Good evening, I'm Tanya Anderson, Manager of Electronic Fare Operations, and I'm here to present on the recommended action to extend the Mesabi contract by 1 year and to implement a fixed monthly fee. So Mesabi began providing digital fare collection services to RTD in 2017. And through previous board actions, board approvals, Mesabi is the vendor that supplies our mobile ticketing app and account-based ticketing services, as well as installing new bus and rail validators. Currently, Mesabi charges RTD a commission for each transaction. And over the years, as we've continued to build out the Mesabi platform, this commission-based model has become very complicated, not only for Mesabi, but to calculate, but for RTD staff to audit on a monthly basis. And account-based ticketing has increased that complexity. The fixed fee arrangement would combine the commission and the licensing fees into a fixed monthly payment. And that includes the monthly, the mobile ticketing commission, the account-based ticketing commission fees. There's a portal that's used by our RTD sales outlets and our third parties. Any sales that are processed through that portal, there's a commission for that as well. In addition to the commission, the validators have software that resides on them that requires a licensing fee, along with the inspection app that our fare enforcement officers use. And all of those commission and licensing fees would be rolled into a fixed monthly payment. The credit card processing fees, however, are not included in this monthly payment, fixed monthly payment. Instead, these fees will be calculated monthly and RTD will pay a reduced rate. These credit card processing fees, again, I just want to reiterate that it's not considered revenue for Mesabi. It's merely a pass-through. Since Mesabi is processing the payments for us, we pass through Mesabi and then they eventually pay the payment processors for these credit card fees. Again, approval of this recommended action will result in a 1-year extension of the Mesabi contract, giving us an opportunity to realize the benefits of the account-based ticketing, which will be implemented at the end of this year, and includes a not to exceed $2,800,000 for the 1-year extension. Funding is included in the amended budget. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Very much, Ms. Anderson, and thank you for the work on this and the simplification of the contract. Definitely an exciting project and completely understand the simplification, so thank you. Any questions or comments from directors? Okay, seeing none, I will go ahead and call for the vote here. Just taking a look at my attendees. I see. Thank you. All right, so I see everybody here, so I can go ahead and do this with, are there any no votes on this action? Great, seeing none, that motion will pass with 7 aye votes and 0 no votes. Ms. Anderson, thank you very much for the hard work on this. Really, truly great change for our customers. And I know this is complicated and a complicated process to, as you had mentioned earlier, rip the Band-Aid off with changing systems over. So thanks for taking that on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you very much, everyone. We're going to move into our second recommended action of the evening. This is with regards to our 2023 to 2028 midterm financial plan. This is for the Board of Directors to adopt the 2023-2028 midterm financial plan. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second,
I will
Deschel.
go ahead. Oh, thank you. I have the mover as Treasurer Whitmore, the second as Director Deschel. I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer, who I know is joined this evening by Mr. Todd Nickel, our Senior Manager of Budget, to present the items to the committee.
Thank you. And we do have a presentation that we will walk through that was included in your packet. I just wanted to make a few comments. Within that presentation, we do have a couple of replacement slides. The presentation that we will show this evening has those revised numbers, and what we've changed is towards the end of the presentation, we have base and fast tracks broken out separately. That was based on a cash basis initially with what was posted. However, the way we really look at it is how we record it on an expense basis, because some of those expenses are shared by, they're paid for by the base system, but shared by, they're incurred by the fast track system. So the original slides did not reflect that. The slide you'll see tonight will reflect that, and we will replace the file after this evening's meeting. Okay, good. I think that was all I wanted to mention. We'll just jump right in to the presentation. I'd also like to mention, as I'm calling this up, that last year we adopted the same format, which was really at a summary level in terms of presenting the midterm financial plan to the Finance and Planning Committee, as well as to the board. The intent of that was to present it at a more easily understandable, hopefully, level than providing lots of spreadsheets and difficult to read tables of numbers. We have gotten a few comments and a lot of questions about the details supporting this. So what I would offer is, while we're showing this in a summary level, myself, Todd Nickel, anybody in the finance department is available to answer more detailed questions. Our intent would be to get this out earlier than this, how we've gotten it out this time, and asking for approval. But between now and the board meeting followed this month, we'd be happy to answer any detailed questions, provide any additional detail that you might like to see. Just please let us know. So without further ado, the midterm financial plan, just a quick summary, is a 6-year forecast. It is a forecast that we use as part of our strategic financial planning. What it helps us to do is to evaluate all the projects that are in the pipeline, asset management needs, projections regarding the system optimization plan, et cetera. So we can look out several years all in one place and decide how we're going to allocate our resources, not just financial resources, but human resources, all while aligning that with our strategic plan and our strategic priorities. We use the midterm financial plan, or MTFP, to establish a baseline for the budget. So what you'll see later in the slides is we have the current budget that's been approved and appropriated by the board for 2022. Then we show the next 6 years. And I'd just like to point out, this is as a reminder that even though this is an action item, it's not an appropriation, it's simply for planning purposes. So this is to inform the board of the outlook going forward based on current information at this time. Todd will go over a couple slides that should make some comparisons between the last midterm financial plan that was approved by the board in October of 2021 versus this one. Obviously, things change between years. This plan will change as well. If we were to reforecast it 2 or 3 months from now, it may change dramatically or may not. One of the things we discussed earlier, if there's additional information, particularly since we're so reliant on sales and use taxes, we'll stay in contact with the CU school, Lead School of Business. If they see anything dramatic, we would come back to the board certainly and inform you of any concerns there. So what you're going to see, some of the assumptions that we put into this 6-year forecast, and Todd will talk directly to these numbers in later slides. But regarding fair revenue right now approximately makes up about 10% of our operating expenses, 8 to 10%. It's much lower. So our fair recovery ratio, that percentage used to be closer to 15 to 20%. As our ridership has dropped, we still have a lot of fixed expenses. So our expenses have stayed relatively steady, but our fair revenue has dropped. That's been replaced by other sources of income, higher sales and use taxes, as well as some additional federal funding. Sales and use taxes are slightly higher. That was discussed earlier in the presentation. What wasn't mentioned is the MTFP period, that medium-term period that the CU Leads folks talked about. This new forecast, since the March forecast, actually adds $91.4 million to those 6 years. So we had talked to the board previously before getting this forecast that our assumption was that based on information that we had gotten from other forecasts that CU Leads have done for other areas, and all the economic challenges that are going on with inflation, possibly lower spending, et cetera, that we might anticipate seeing those sales and use tax forecasts decreasing. They actually went up. If you remember from that slide, what happens is it goes up in the short term during the MTFP period, then it reverts to the mean that we showed last time. So we get a blip, and that's really evidenced by our sales and use tax results, which have been 6.9% better than our budget or better than the March forecast. We're actually $62 million ahead of where we were in July of last year. So good increases there. COVID relief funding, you'll see we've included that. We're drawing that down as quickly as possible so that we can get some investment returns on that. Sustainable service levels are included within the operating expense line item in alignment with our system optimization plan. So what we've done is when we've developed these forecasts, we've worked in tandem with the Reimagine process and WSP, who did the long-term forecast. So we're in alignment on what those numbers are forecasted to be based on known assumptions at this time. Asset maintenance is now fully funded again this year, so we're very happy about that. We've made it a point and a strategic priority to take care of what we have and catch up on anything that we've not funded in previous years or even delayed. One of our big challenges is not the funding part, it's the people power or non-financial resource part in accomplishing those tasks. And then I think the critical thing from a financial fiduciary sustainability standpoint is maintaining our fund balances in case there are any headwinds or unanticipated needs that we have coming up. And what you'll see in those numbers is we are maintaining our fund balances that are at or above the board required fiscal policy amounts. Where we've been going over the last 2 years under new leadership of General Manager Johnson too is obviously, you know, that adopting a new strategic plan. One of our big priorities is to align our funding with those strategic priorities. We're making good progress as those strategic priorities and directions are identified. And so we will continue to align that funding and the funding requests that we bring to the board with those strategic directions. Again, I mentioned that Reimagine RTD plays a big part in this. All these efforts are aligned in terms of our forecast presentation and then the efforts going forward. Fair study and equity analysis will have an impact. We're not sure what that is yet. What Todd will show you in the numbers is initial indications from what the study and equity analysis team has been discussing with 49's, our contractor, is really surrounded regarding fair rates, is really surrounded around the feedback we've gotten from surveys from our customers where the perception has been that RTD's fares are too high. So we've made some assumptions that on a conservative basis to be as conservative as possible in those fares and not overinflate them and be too optimistic. Tabor limits, we've included a provision for that still on the base system side. We've had several discussions about the impact that the Tabor revenue limitation gross we'll have on the base system beginning in 2025. The ad hoc committee will meet again at the early part of next year after board elections and take up that effort again. And then economic volatility. We've made some assumptions, just like CU did, based on inflation rates, some of the other things that we're seeing in terms of human resources, ability to get things done. And this is a big effort when we look at all the projects and all the asset management plan items that are out there, in terms of really evaluating not just the financial resources, but when can we actually get things done? We have to go through a procurement process. We have to find contractors, have to evaluate at the right price. And then there's often internal resources, significant internal resource dedication to these projects. And there's many components. Oftentimes there might be a capital programs component and an IT component to a project. So there's going to be a lot more scrutiny of those projects and the timing of those, given our people power problem as to when those can occur. So it's not just a funding issue necessarily. So with that, I will turn it over to our Senior Manager of Budget, Todd Nickel, to go through some numbers. So Todd, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, Doug. So these next two slides are just visually showing you that from last year's MTFP in October of 21 to this year in September, that our revenues are going up slightly. So not real significant, but compared to last year, they're going up. And in the next slide, it shows the same thing for our expenditures, that our expenditures are going up, and you see some peaks and valleys, and we can certainly talk about that if you have any questions about that. But our expenses have gone up since last year, as I'm sure that's no surprise to anybody paying attention to our economy right now. So let's move on to the next slide. And here is just a summary level of our base system revenues and expenditures. So I want to just go down each line and just point out a few things about each one. So first of all, our fares, and our fares have gone down significantly. Our planning department, along with our consultant 49s, reforecast our ridership, which is recovering, but not at the rate that we were expecting when we put this, presented this to you last year. This also takes into account, as Doug mentioned, the fare study and equity analysis. And with that, we're assuming that in 2025, our average fare, our fares will go down an average of 20%. So that significantly reduced our fares. We have, this also accounts for about a 2% growth in ridership each year. It's had quite an impact on our ability to plan in this midterm financial plan period. Next is sales and use taxes. As you saw earlier this evening, it was pretty positive news that it's still growing and not going down. But these numbers will not match what CU shared tonight because of what Doug mentioned, the Tabor limitations. We did assume at the end of 24 that the base system revenue, sales and use tax revenue would be subject to Tabor. So within Reimagine, WSP Consultants did an analysis, went back probably about 15 years and came up with so RTD based on Tabor is limited to property tax increases. And that was 1.4%. So that limitation after 24, our sales and use taxes on the base system grow only by 1.4%, regardless of what they actually do, we would have to give that money back. Grant revenue, you can see it going up from 22 to 23, and that is due to the infrastructure bill that was passed by Congress recently. And with that, the majority of our grant revenue is preventive maintenance grants. And in that bill, will be appropriating an additional $30 million a year. So that's where you see that going up. You see the COVID relief grants, and you probably remember hearing Doug talk about we're drawing that down as fast as we can, and we'll probably draw a majority of it down this year. So you may wonder, why are we accounting for it in 23 and 24? And that is because we start with the beginning balance of what funds we have left to start this forecast, and those were not incorporated into that beginning balance. So we wanted to bring those in to account for that revenue. So that's our revenues. You see them going up in the next 2 years, 23 and 24, and then going down in 25 due to those relief grants for COVID sunsetting. Getting to the operating expense, that is our place where we can actually make changes and impact the bottom line here. So we have projected inflation. We've projected wage rate increases and salary increases, and as best as we can, increases in our various expense categories. So you see it going down slightly from 22 to 23. That's because we're trying to, we have large favorable variances. We don't spend all that we budget, and we're trying to bring that down a little bit so that we can fund other things that we need to do. Next line is debt service, and you see that going down fairly rapidly for the base system, and that is due to the retirement of bonds. And in the future, all we will have left is COP financing that we have to pay down. And then the last line in total expenditures is our capital expenditures and state of good repair. As Doug mentioned, we are fully funding our asset management plan. And then we have a few other items in here that are not state of good repair, but are capital. So you see our net cash flow for the base system. And again, it goes up and down. The one thing I want to point out, that when you see negatives, you're looking at 1 year by itself. And the way we build the model is we take what our fund balance is at the beginning of that period, and then we will end up using some of that fund balance to fund some of these deficits in any given year. So as I'll demonstrate and show you at the end of this presentation, that we are in the positive in our net cash flow. Next slide, Doug. All right, so this is the same format, just on our Fast Tracks side of the business. And you can see the same impact on our fares. Sales and use tax for Fast Tracks is not impacted by Tabor, so that is should match what the midterm or the baseline scenario that CU has provided for us. The big thing here that you'll see is debt service, and that is a significant expense for on the Fast Tracks side. And then the next slide is just a consolidated look. And then we've added at the very bottom what our contribution or our use of our reserves are, and then what that balance in total of those reserves are. So you can see we have from 23 to 28, we have it goes anywhere from a little over 500 million to almost $650 million in reserves. One thing I wanted to point out that is, I believe is important about this midterm plan is that in a couple items I'll point out on the capital expenditures is in 25, you see a large significant increase in our capital expenditures. That is a maintenance facility, a new maintenance facility. And then you also see a big spike in 28, where we have 191 million. And that's a fairly significant amount of bus purchases that we have in our asset management plan in 2028. And for all of these items, we are paying cash. We're not incurring any debt to accomplish any of these things. And to us in the finance department, that is a big deal and something that we feel is important to point out. So if we go on to the final slide, I wanted to break out that reserve number that you see on the bottom of the previous slide that showed our reserve balance. This breaks it out so you can see each year just the relative amount of our total reserves is in each reserve. The bottom line is our board appropriated fund, which we're not contributing any money to. The next one up is our yellow, and that's our unrestricted operating reserve, which our fiscal policy states that we need to have at least 3 months operating in that fund, and we do. The next, the gray one is our capital replacement fund, and whatever we don't use, we take an average over a 30-year period that's in our asset management plan. Whatever that average dollar amount we don't use in any given year, we are putting into this capital replacement fund, so that in those years, like 2028, we have $113 million in bus purchases that we can cash fund that. We don't have to incur debt to do that. So you see that capital replacement fund going up. And then in 28, we have to use a little bit of it, but we have a fund balance that dedicated towards replacing our assets that we can draw against when we have big spikes. And then the blue section of the bar chart is our unrestricted year-end fund balance. So you see it pretty large in the first 2 years, and that's because we're getting those COVID funds. And then it starts going down. That's because those were one-time funds. We're not getting those anymore. And in 2028, you see it fairly small. And that's the number we want to see as positive to have a balanced midterm financial plan. And it's about $35 million. So that still allows us to fund a few things that come up along the way that we didn't consider in this plan. And also just a little bit of wiggle room if some of our revenues don't materialize like we're planning for. So that's the end of the presentation, and Doug and I can answer any questions that anybody has.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Nickel and Mr. McLeod. We'll go to questions and discussion here. Director Broom, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about fare revenue. I think you mentioned that fares make up between 8 and 10% of operating costs. I'm curious as to how much it costs us to actually collect those fares. In other words, when you add in all these studies and the IT systems and everything else, does that eat up half of that fare revenue that we get? Because what I think we need to do is think about talking with the governor's office, CDOT, and DRCOG about finding some other revenue to make up for the fare revenues, and then offering free service as an option that the board should be looking at.
Great question. Thank you, Director Broom. And we have looked at that. In fact, it's one of our strategic metrics to measure the cost of collecting fares. One of the things that we're trying to settle on is how to measure that and what to include. As you can imagine, there's a whole host of costs that would go into that. There's things like software, hardware, personnel, obviously, And so we're trying to figure out what would be a meaningful measurement and how to measure that. My suspicion is that it will be a significant amount of the fare recovery, but we have to keep in mind that one thing that's very important as a transit agency is to be able to provide equitable and accessible fare purchasing options. There's been discussions about how can we get rid of cash. Well, it's probably not an option. It's a very expensive thing to collect. We have to have folks collect the money, deliver it to the bank, separate out bills, pull out the slugs and other foreign coins. So it's a very expensive proposition, but there's also a cost that's difficult to measure, and that's convenience to our customers as well as equity concerns, having the ability to purchase fares throughout the region. So we're trying to really narrow that down to a good way to measure that and evaluate it while taking into consideration all the external factors other than just the costs. So thank you for that question.
Will there be some information coming out to the board?
Yes, definitely. It'll be part of with the performance committee. We'll have discussions about the actual metrics, and that will be one of those that rolls up into the overall metrics. And I think General Manager Johnson would like to add to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. McLeod, and thank you very much, Director Broom, for the question. In an effort to manage expectations as we look at the implementation of the strategic plan, to the point that Mr. McLeod raised, as we discern the path forward and look at the second wave relative to the improvements we are making holistically, discerning what might be operable in relationship to calculating the return on investment that Mr. McLeod referenced. So I just wanted to ensure that the board was left with an understanding. It's not as if you're going to receive that at the performance committee tomorrow. As we go through this process, this is evolutionary in that regard as we look at the metrics, and just having had an internal meeting where we're doing a gut check relative to what might be meaningful as we look at being good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I wanted to ensure that there was an understanding that that is in the works and that wouldn't be something seen within the next couple of meetings. So thank you very much for the opportunity to expound.
Well, thank you. I guess, since we're saying that there's not as much debt out there, we haven't pledged revenues that would keep us from doing something like this. When the state looks at ways of cutting greenhouse gases, this may be one of the most cost-effective ways for them to do it, is to pay RTD to haul people around free, which would, supposedly drastically increase ridership and reduce greenhouse gases. This is something we need, to take a good, long, hard look at, because obviously that makes for a big change. The other thing is, are there other major or semi-major transit systems in the country that are going to a no fare model, and what has their experience been? I'd like to know, the answer to that question without traveling to 50 states. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Director Broom. Thank you for the comment and the question and in response there. Director Geisinger, please.
Thanks, and I thank Director Broom for those questions too. I think it's, obviously there are other considerations with free fares, but it's worth keeping in mind and looking at. 20%, you're saying a 20% decrease in average fares. Is that from where they are now?
Correct. So the basic assumption is local fare currently is $3. So please don't put any salt in this in terms of that's what the fare study and equity analysis committee will be recommending, but just based on the conversations about lowering fares, what we decided in order to be as conservative as possible on the fiscal side was to assume a $2.50 decrease, which is approximately a 20% decrease in those fares. That's how we got there.
That's great. Thanks. I think that seems like a good assumption. There's several things in here, Doug, and you and I talked about some of them today. Operating expense increase of $254 million over the 6-year period for increased service levels, and ridership forecast to grow annually at 1.8%. Service level increases are based on anticipated demand. All of those are assuming a full completion of the service return that's anticipated in the SOP. I guess, yeah, in the 5 years, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. One thing we appreciate you answering my questions today, and Ms. Johnson did some too. But one thing I thought about afterwards is that I've attended the Reimagine RTD Advisory Committee and Technical Working Group. I listened to part of both of those recently, and a big part of the conversation was partnerships. And the number that we were putting out there was that we would be budgeting 1 to 2% of our annual budget to support those partnerships. And I'm a big fan of that process. I think Ms. Johnson has heard me say, I think that our future financially and workforce and everything else is partially, could be helped by those partnerships. Have you put a number into this midterm financial plan?
Not explicitly for that purpose. However, the assumption is that it is embedded within our costs and it would be absorbed. Those levels of costs, especially when we're talking about a forecast that goes out 6 years, there's certain assumptions that will change significantly between now and then, but we have the ability to absorb smaller individual dedicated uses. So I say that because when we put together the midterm financial plan, it's done at a higher level in the budget since we have 6 years. So we don't do every single line item and every single project necessarily. We use a summary of what we currently know about, build on that by adding specific items. And I think General Manager Johnson would like to add something.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. McLeod, and thank you, Director Geisinger, for the question. I just wanted to provide some context relative to the question that was posed to Mr. McLeod, recognizing that we're still in the process of, internally that is, of having discussions relative to what the call for the partnership program will look like. And we will be bringing a discussion item to the board in October. I just wanted to, again, manage expectations as we look to see what is scalable holistically and provide that information. So with that as a backdrop, once we had that discussion with you all in the October timeframe, have informed decisions as we go forward relative to what would be actually put in the budget, to the point that Mr. McLeod made, recognizing the midterm financial plan is utilizing forecasting for 6 years, where we would be talking about the first year and then building upon it, contingent upon the input that we receive from members of the board.
So we'll be discussing it. Thank you for that answer. We'll be discussing it in October, and we have to publish a draft budget October 15th. I personally would love to, and obviously I'm just one board member, I'd love to see that at a higher number, like a 2%, which needs to certainly be included in the budget, I think. Am I right?
So collectively, what we decide on basically will help determine what that number will be as we go forward. We want to ensure a multitude of different elements with this. Don't want to bite off more than we can chew, recognizing that we do need to work with jurisdictional partners and recognizing that oftentimes in certain arenas, there is a need to rely upon RTD's more or less technical expertise relative to certain federal requirements or state requirements or things along those lines when we're looking at discretionary grant funding, outlining a specific call for projects and things of the like. We have to manage expectations and temper that. So when we put our best foot forward, we can ensure that it's for the betterment of the regions as a whole. And then what might that look like sub-regionally as we work in tandem with service councils? And I don't want to bite off more than I can chew, but basically explaining to all of you that there's so many different factors to take into consideration. But yes, hear you loudly and clearly as we talk about a percentage of the budget, but first we have to discern what might the program look like before we say how much money will be allocated, because I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I recognize that this is of great interest to a myriad of different members on the board. And as you know, recognizing the conversations that have ensued with the Accountability Committee, that's one commitment we made to ensure there's transparency and everybody knows the rules of engagement.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Director Geisinger. And Director Cook, please.
Yeah, thank you. A few things here. First, the 30,000 foot view is that I look with pride at several pieces of our long-term financial planning. relative to a few years ago. We have improved the pension plan status. We've restored the state of good repair. We have the 3 months operating reserve. I mean, all that is something that I really view with pride, because the agency will be on a sounder footing going forward. The cost, though, of that was the service delivery. We're curtailing on a permanent basis the services that we provide. So that's why, you know, in terms of the partnerships, I think that piece is so critical, because it gives us a chance to, you know, innovate with our partners, extend service where we otherwise might not. And, you know, I was going to ask also about the FAIR study. We are in some ways getting ahead of that a little bit. We've got an assumption about the amount that we're going to see in reduced FAIR revenues, partly as a function of that study. And we haven't seen the study yet. On the other hand, we in the public have seen some projections about what that partnership program might be. So I think purely, if nothing else, as a matter of transparency and communication and being consistent with what we've said, we should show something in this midterm financial plan that indicates the partnership amounts. So I just wanted to say, I think that's really important in terms of representing to our constituencies and the stakeholders that we are following through, and we're doing it in a meaningful way by attaching dollars. As to the amount, you know, I would wait to see your recommendations. I would actually favor a greater amount, both based on the feedback we've gotten, but also because it might be, you know, Director Deschel might, I haven't talked with him, but we had talked about establishing a similar, very small partnership program to help improve bus stops, for example. So I don't know to the extent we go above 1%, and if that becomes a possibility, to earmark a piece of that partnership as potentially considering this, not putting it out there as you know, something we want to definitely see, but considering using a similar framework for partnerships to help improve bus stops, et cetera. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Director Cook. And Mr. McLeod, Ms. Johnson, any comments you wanted to make about that? I think if I understood the comment, that, you know, using this also as a form of communication and transparency. Any comments on that?
If I may, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Director Cook, for your comments. And I think it is important that we're transparent. And the point from which I'm coming is we need to discern what the program is. And I don't disagree with what was said, but we need to establish what that is so we can discern what the cost is holistically. So thank you very much. And that will be forthcoming once we develop what the program is, in the sense that it has been somewhat worked on with internal team members, and there's meetings that will ensue as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the comments. And I think it's a great point about just communicating with everyone. Certainly, I think look forward to hearing more in October about the program, and thank you very much. Director Deschel, please.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, thank you, Director Cook, for raising that. I think the partnerships piece is critical. I also don't think the midterm financial plan is the appropriate place for it, frankly, because you're sort of cherry picking budget line items that you want to see in a long-term plan that right now really only contains 3 or 4 main buckets, right? So partnerships is in there. Okay, well, why isn't? And pretty soon you're then just forecasting out every budgeted line item. You know, why isn't each capital program specifically detailed out, right? Why isn't commitment to upgrading our facilities specifically line itemed out? So I agree partnerships are important. It'd be great I'm looking forward to hearing more about that program, but I also don't know that the midterm financial plan is the appropriate forward-looking document for those to show up.
Thank you, Director Deschel. Director Geisinger, please.
Just to follow up on that, on Director Deschel's question, I thought this was all line itemed out. Isn't that the case, Mr. McLeod, that you said you have the spreadsheets and all the different people? For instance, there's a thing at the end that says limited new projects are included. does it list the new projects that are included somewhere?
Yes, so we do have specific items like that we can call out. So, and that's a great question, because essentially what we're doing on the other items is we're oftentimes using a run rate. So let's say fuel, or parts, for instance. We would take kind of our run rate, which is our current actual experience with that, and then make certain assumptions about inflation. So we don't necessarily break it down between antifreeze and different parts, et cetera. So obviously, so it's kind of depends on the level of item and whether it lends itself to actually just projecting forward on an increased basis. Todd mentioned that one of the things that we do with wages, for instance, so we adjust that based on service levels according to the system optimization plan, but we also build into there, we know what our increase on the collective bargaining agreement will be. So it'll be 4% next year, 4% the following year. And then we have to make certain assumptions about years following this. Usually is based on inflation. So I guess the point is it depends on the item, and we can provide a lot of detail for some things, but if you were to ask me what positions do you have in 2027, we may not be able to provide that level of detail.
Thanks. No, that makes perfect sense. And the line that says limited new projects are included, are those listed?
We did not provide those, but I know Todd is prepared to give some examples, and we can sure provide a list to the board. So Todd, can you give some examples of what some of those limited new projects are, and how we went about selecting those, and why we went about selecting those and including those?
Sure. So we the way this our process works is other than the asset management plan, then departments submit requests and they have to outline how they describe how it helps meet our strategic plan, and then they're evaluated and move forward, and then senior leadership has the opportunity to take something else and replace it. But so a handful of the items came through Reimagine. They were recommendations through the Reimagine process. And a couple of the larger items I'll mention, environmental clearance for future BRT was one that came out of Reimagine. Doing a feasibility study for level boarding for our light rail. That was one that they recommended. Also, environmental clearance for a new bus maintenance facility. And one that wasn't necessarily through Reimagine, but we did bring it in, is another another year of Spare the Air. So that's one that we brought in. And then also one that was determined to be strategic, and some may know about this and others may not, is acquisition of a portion of the Burnham Yard. And that's just more from an operational standpoint, that there would be, it would help us operationally on light rail. So those are some of the projects that we did bring in that were not replacement of assets. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much. And if you could send us the list, that would be helpful. I appreciate, as Director Cook said, there's a lot of good things here. I appreciate the assumptions that are made, and the fact that you've gone to kind of a summary way of presenting that. At the same time, I feel like, what are we, we're passing something that we're not fully seeing. And so I have some concern about that. As I talked with both Ms. Johnson and Mr. McLeod about today, I really would like us to get back to where we're seeing big items like this as a discussion item before they come to us for approval, so that we can, take a look at some of these things. I have some mixed feelings about approving it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for that comment, Director Geisinger. And I know we had spoken a little bit about that, and I know part of this was our August timing and the timing that we're running into this year in terms of, having this come to vote at committee as opposed to coming through as a discussion item. And it sounds like one idea that was proposed, Mr. McLeod, would you be open to pulling this from the unanimous consent? And then we could just do a brief touch on this at the board meeting. Yeah, so first of all, I'll just ask you that question, if you'd be prepared for just a brief presentation at the board meeting.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And then Director Geisinger, would that be helpful as kind of, allowing for some more questions between now and then and bringing some other board members to the discussion? Sorry, you're on mute.
Yes, that would help. And maybe posting or, giving us access to the rest of the materials would make sense. Thanks.
Right. And Mr. McLeod, are there additional materials you might be able to then provide in the interim?
Yeah, we can provide the new asset list. I'll have to get with Todd to see what kind of format. The way we gather all the data for the midterm financial plan is in our software called EPBCS. And so we'll have to kind of look at what would be a good format to be able to provide enough data to the board that it helps evaluate. So yes, I think we can provide additional information that's readable, usable.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Director Cook, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be so vocal tonight. So are you saying, GM General Manager Johnson, that once we in October have our midterm financial plan, we can incorporate an earmark that's visible within the budget? Is that what you're suggesting?
So, Director Cook, let me confer with Mr. McLeod. Optimally, in reference to what you've posed, I think that would be advantageous, as I was making reference to the program in and of itself. As we present that to the board, be very transparent about the dollars that would be allocated.
Great.
So I will double back with the team to ensure, because I don't want to misspeak without having the opportunity to confer with our SMEs, our subject matter experts in this area as it relates to the budget.
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Everybody, not seeing additional hands, I'll just make a comment. I know briefly touched on the pre-meeting. I think one of the significant risks here is staffing. I mean, I think it came up earlier this evening that this is being planned based on the delivery of service against the SOP, the system optimization plan that was passed. I think, given that we're still looking at the workforce and our people power problem, I think McLeod, you made the comment that this may change. Of course, we're going to look at this year over year and may change substantially next year. I think as we look at the budget and as we look at the midterm financial plan and how that's changing, I could imagine that would be one of the major areas we'll be looking at is potential underspend if we're not able to resolve people power problem. And there may be strategic discussions to be had as to what that means in terms of appropriation of funds and so forth. So not necessarily asking a specific question, just I know it's a risk I think we need to be mindful of, particularly within this committee. But Mr. McLeod or Ms. Johnson, I'm happy to open the floor if you have any comments or reactions to that, and if not, that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And the only thing I would add is within this plan, we've at least accounted for the funding to provide those certain service levels. So in the event we come below that, at least we've gone on the conservative side to make sure there is funding available so that we can provide those service levels. So yeah, that is going to be one of our big challenges going forward. Who knows what the future holds in terms of people power, but we talk mainly our focus from finance is really on the dollar side, but there's a whole bigger issue, which is the actual other non-financial resources that need to be really carefully evaluated. It's a big risk, as you say.
Yeah, thanks for just the quick reaction on that. I think that, particularly as we start to look at inflation and where wages need to be and so forth, there may be discussions we have on other parts of the system and potentially bigger reallocations of a budget than maybe we've had in the past. So as we all wake up to what a new normal might look like moving forward. So anyway, thanks for the comments on that. Certainly something for us all to watch in the year ahead. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate the presentation, the information, the discussion here. I'm going to go ahead and go through, I'll call the roll for the vote. I think directionally, we'll plan to not have this on unanimous consent and plan to have this as a brief discussion item at the end of the month. But let me go ahead and go through the roll to call for the vote. So Director Broom, please.
Yes.
Committee Vice Chair Catlin.
Yes.
Director Cook.
Yes.
Director Deschel.
Yes.
First Vice Chair Geisinger.
Yes.
Treasurer Whitmore.
Aye.
And I am a yes. So that will be 7 aye votes, 0 no votes, and the motion will pass. Thank you very much once again. Before we move to the third recommended action, we've been at it for about 3 hours. I know some cameras have dropped and come on. I would love to ask for a brief recess for restroom and so forth. So if there are no objections, I'm going to we'll call it a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 8:45 promptly. Are there any objections from the board members on this? All right, we will start promptly at 8:45. I will see you all shortly. Thank you for the patience for those that are still here and waiting for presentations. Thank you. right, everybody, we'll get started in just a minute here. All right, it is 8:45. So hopefully everybody is back from break here and able to get back on. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Thank you for taking the break. I think we're making up for August right now, so thanks everybody for the patience. Let's move to our third recommended action. That is going to be the bank signature authorization. This is for the Board of Directors to approve the attached bank account signature authorization to authorize certain staff members to sign payments exceeding certain thresholds regarding checks, automated clearinghouse payments, and wire transfers to remove requirements that the board officers provide wet signatures for certain payments. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right, I have the mover as Director Catlin and the second as Director Cook. So with that, I'm going to again hand it over to Mr. Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer, as well as Brendan Morgan, who's joining us this evening as Senior Manager of Debt and Investments, to present this item to the board. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this item, I'll give you a little bit of background about how our control process works in terms of making payments from RTV. So essentially the way things work is the board appropriates a budget. That budget is very detailed, so it's appropriated for specific projects, specific uses such as salaries, salaries and wages, benefits, etc. So that budget that's appropriated is actually loaded into Oracle, and we have several budgetary controls within there. So in order for me to procure a service as an employee or otherwise, I go through procurement. One of the checks is to make sure that that amount was actually budgeted in order to issue a purchase requisition. So it goes through an approval process, a whole chain of approval processes, depending on the type of purchase requisition. One of those is a budget check to make sure there's budgeted funds before we go forward with a procurement. So I say this because we have several budgetary controls in place, and really there's nothing, there's no payments that go out that haven't been approved by the board and go through a very rigorous control process in terms of separation of duties, approvals, etc. And in fact, our external auditors, Plant Moran, and prior to that, Rubin Brown, part of their financial statement audit is to review our internal controls. One of the items that we've had in place for quite a while is any payments that go out, with the exception of certain payments such as debt service and payroll payments. Any accounts payable, generally those types of payments to pay our vendors, any payments exceeding $25,000 require a second signature. So all payments that go out have Deborah Johnson's, General Manager Johnson's electronic signature, because they're considered, low value, low amount. Anything $25,000 up to just below $100,000 requires a second signature by an authorized signatory staff member, and that's shown in the signature authorization that comes to the board for approval in January. And it comes in January because we have new executive officers on the board, and those are the ones that are authorized to sign off on checks. The third level is anything $100,000 and above requires a wet signature from a board member. And Director Whitmore has been fabulous, coming in on a weekly basis, sometimes more often as necessary, to sign off on those checks. But essentially what happens is accounts payable, they do two check runs per week. And I refer to checks, but a lot of our payments are ACH, so they're debits to bank accounts. All of those payments are controlled by the bank through Positive Pay. So when we have a check run, we send a file to the bank, and the bank knows exactly what those payments are and those authorized payments that have been appropriated by the board. So no payments go outside of that. So if I do a fraudulent check and try to submit it, the bank will reject it because it's not part of that positive pay file. So we have lots of controls in that manner. The signatures, it's kind of a relic of days past. Signatures are still required on payments, on checks in particular. But the banks, in our bank, as we've checked with them several times on this, they don't verify signatures. They do keep on record a signature block, which shows the individuals who are authorized to sign checks, just so they have it on their records if they need to do a double check, but they don't actually look at the signatures themselves. So there's almost really no control purpose for those signatures in and of themselves. So what this item is asking, because we have those 2 check runs per week, any of those checks that are $25,000 and above come over twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, through a check bag. We separate out the checks that are $100,000 or above. Director Whitmore comes in once a week to sign those. It can cause delays in payments. We have some pretty critical, tight turnarounds in some of those payments. And I'm not saying this is a board issue. It's part of the process and why we have so many layers and why we would like to eliminate the board wet signature from this process. But it's an administrative exercise that really provides no value to the organization. Both our auditor, Plant Moran, and the banks say there's really no reason to have a third signature or a board signature on those checks. It doesn't add any value to our control process. One of the things we also do for information to both the public and the board is we produce a accounts payable check register on a monthly basis and post it on the website on the financials page. So it shows every payment that goes out the door with the exception of payroll or any confidential payments, but it's all the accounts payable payments. We already have that method of being transparent. So to summarize, what we're asking for is to remove an administratively burdensome item with requiring an additional signature from a board member, not requiring that board member to make the trek to Blake at least once a week to sign checks or in emergencies, and really just leave it a second signature from staff. So that would summarize my comments, Mr. Chair, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Much appreciated. We'll go ahead and do questions and discussion. Director Catlin, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our pre-meeting, Doug, we talked about you providing a summary of those checks over 100, whatever.
100,000, yes.
100,000. Provide a summary so the board doesn't have to come through each and every one of the check register items. And you said that you could do that. Just provide a summary to the board so it would be available.
Absolutely. And because we have that check register that we post out there monthly, what I could do, so we don't duplicate efforts, what we can do is sort that biggest to smallest. So if somebody were to go in there and look, they could see not only the 100,000 and above, but they can see everything if that's acceptable. I think that would be a great place to refer to, and also not confuse people with multiple different sources.
Sure, whatever makes sense, but I just think that it would be nice for updates to the board in that fashion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's nice if we have that registered and not have to duplicate efforts to do a sort. I think that's a great idea. I'm wondering if Treasurer Whitmore, I saw you chuckling a little bit on whether this provides value, but I'm wondering, since you're currently in the seat there, if you wouldn't mind commenting on, if you have anything to share with the discussion item at hand.
Not a great deal. My feelings are a little hurt with the lack of my job going away. Not at all. Yeah, I think this is a move to modernize, since the security's all there, and I don't mind doing the chore, but there could be a day where it would be very difficult to have an executive committee member that could make it to Blake every Thursday or Friday morning. So even though I'm sad, I think the time has come. So I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Excellent. Okay, well, seeing no further discussion or hands up, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. I do see, and I'm just going through here, I don't see Director Deschel. So just to be sure, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call vote to make sure I get the numbers correctly. So Director Broom, please.
Yes.
Director Catlin.
Yes.
Director Cook.
Yes.
Director Deschel. Director Geisinger.
Yes.
Director Whitmore.
Yes.
And I am a yes. So that will be 6 yes votes with 1 hesitant one, and 1 absent, 0 no votes, and the recommended action will pass. Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod, for that, and thank you, directors, for Director Whitmore, I like how you put that, modernizing the system since we have the controls in place. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move forward to our final recommended action for the evening, which is the salaried trustee appointment. This is for the Board of Directors to approve a resolution appointing Mr. Bill Soroy, Senior Manager, Transit-Oriented Communities, to a term expiring December 31st, 2023, as a trustee for the Salaried Employee Defined Benefit Pension Plan, aka the Pension Plan, and Salaried Employment Defined Contribution Retirement Plan, aka DC Plan, effective October 1st, 2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have the mover as Director Catlin, the second as Director Broom. And I'll go ahead and again call on Mr. Doug McLeod, Chief Financial Officer, to present this item to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly. So we have a vacancy on the trustee appointments due to Bill Van Meter's retirement, who's served admirably over the years. General Manager Johnson selected Bill Soroy as the candidate to replace Bill Van Meter. Just wanted to point out that one of the things that we've tried to do on that trust, we have 5 members from staff and 2 board members, Director Catlin, Director Broom. The 5 staff members, we've tried to keep it balanced to have representation for both the DC plan participants that are in that plan, like myself, that are newer, and then veterans like Bill Soroy and Bill Weidenauer, who are who've been in the defined benefit pension plan. So we're looking forward, if the committee approves Bill, we're looking forward to having him serve with us. And I think that's all I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions or discussion from directors? All right, just to make sure I'm not missing anyone, I will do the roll vote again. Director Broom?
Yes.
Director Catlin?
Yes.
Director Cook?
Yes.
Director Deschel? Director Geisinger?
Yes.
Director Whitmore?
Well, I lost a job and Bill gained one. Yes.
And I am a yes. So again, we have a motion passing with 6 aye votes, 1 absent, and 0 no votes. So thank you very much, and congratulations, Mr. Soroy, and thank you for being willing to serve in the post. Much appreciated. Important post. Thank you. All right, that concludes our recommended actions for the evening. We do have 3 discussion items this evening to continue with. The first is regarding the Family and Medical Leave Insurance or Family Program Participation Consideration. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Leah Riley, our Chief Administrative Officer, to please present this item.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, Leah Riley, Chief Administrative Officer, and I'm going to talk briefly tonight about family. Family is an abbreviation for Family and Medical Leave Insurance, which is a state-run paid leave program that builds upon the Federal Family Medical Leave Act, otherwise known as FMLA or FEMLA. In November of 2020, Colorado voters approved Proposition 118, which paved the way for this program. And it was designed to ensure all Colorado workers have access to paid leave in order to take care of themselves and their family during life circumstances that would require them to take leave from work. The program is funded by a 0.9% premium on employee wages that will begin January of 2023. So similar to FMLA, family provides 12 weeks of paid leave per year. But family goes beyond FMLA by covering a percentage of an employee's salary during their leave. It also extends the definition of a family member beyond immediate family to grandparents, grandchildren, siblings, and any other individual with whom the employee has a significant personal bond. It also provides safe leaves for the employee if they or a family member are the victim of domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, or abuse. And it provides an additional 4 weeks of leave for complications that are due to pregnancy or childbirth. Under this new law, any family leave that also qualifies for FMLA has to run concurrently. However, family provides income to the employee during that leave, whereas an FMLA does not. And should an employee take family leave for a circumstance that does not qualify for FMLA, the employee is still eligible for up to 12 weeks of FMLA leave subsequently. Employers are not allowed to require their employees to first use paid time off or sick and vacation leave to be paid under family. The eligibility for family is based on earnings. An employee must have earned at least $2,500 within the previous 4 quarters. They have to have been employed by the same employer for 12 months, and they have to have worked a minimum of 1,250 hours. And the benefits that are paid under family are determined by the state average weekly wage, or SAW, in addition to the employee's wages. So an employee is eligible to receive a weekly payment equal to 90% of the SAW plus 50% of their wages above the SAW. Payments cannot exceed $1,100 weekly. Again, the program is funded by a premium of 0.9% on employee wages, and that premium is split between the employer and the employee. And the premium applies to all wages up to the Social Security max, which is currently $147,000 annually. Again, premium collections began on January 2023, and employees become eligible for paid benefits on January of 2024. Family affects local governments differently than private businesses, and RTD falls under the definition of a local government. The statute was written to give local governments options to participate. They can participate fully, they can decline full participation, or they can decline employer participation. And if a local government chooses to opt out, it has to do so before the end of calendar year 2022, and its governing authority must hold a public vote to do so. Any local government that elects to fully participate in family has to remain in the program and agree to pay premiums for a minimum of 3 years. If RTD chooses to participate in family, the estimated financial impact is just over $2 million annually that would be split equally between the agency and the employees. And as I previously mentioned, the board is required to take testimony prior to any family vote, and notice of the vote has to be provided to employees and the public. And the board's vote is not permanent and has to be reconsidered every 8 years. And the board's vote is all or nothing. It is not an option to opt out certain groups and opt in others. So in order to act in good faith and allow our employees time to understand and ask questions about this new program, we're going to begin providing notice to employees regarding the parameters of family in the upcoming discussion with the board. And at this time, staff is assessing the various options, and we're going to return to the committee and subsequently to the board with the staff for recommendation in October. That's the end of my discussion item, and I will welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Much appreciated. Lot to consider here. Appreciate this and look forward to the further guidance as we understand these costs better and implications. Director Broom, please.
Would this apply to board members?
Good question. If you are technically employees of the agency, I'm sorry, Deborah's shaking your head. Go ahead, Deborah.
Oh, no, please. I was just saying it's for employees and not members of the board. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, you have your hand up. Did you want to comment further on that or anything? Okay, no problem. Director Catlin, please.
Yes, thank you, Leah. In our pre-meeting, you mentioned the fact that if the agency opts out, the employees still can opt in, and regardless of the agency participation, the employee still is eligible for 100% of the benefits. Is that the way I understood it?
That is accurate. The employees that could voluntarily opt into the program would voluntarily choose to have 0.45% of their wage annually submitted to the state, and they would be eligible for 100% of the benefits of the family program.
And if I might ask another question, you had given us some data regarding actions taken by some of the local governments. And could you share that with us, please?
Sure. I mean, at a high level, at this time, there's not a local government that has opted into the program. So at this time, I can tell you that the city and county of Denver has opted out, the city of Golden, city of Lafayette, city of Loveland, city of Wheat Ridge, city of Blackhawk, city of Greenwood Village, city of Louisville, the towns of Silverthorne and Frisco, and Denver Public Schools have opted out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director Catlin, for asking those questions. Thank you, Ms. Riley. Important consideration on there. And one of the things we talked about in the pre-meeting, just for the benefit of everyone, and Ms. Riley, if you'd like to expound upon this, please, is the question of the cost of administering this. Since this is relatively new, it sounds like a number of entities are still trying to understand even how to determine that. So something I'd imagine we'll hear more when we get the update and when this comes to the board for a vote. But anything you'd want to add to that as well, Ms. Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are exploring as the agency the option to provide the administrative benefits to our employees as the employer. So there are brokerages that are trying to scramble and get together to be able to provide administrative insurance options to employers who want to be able to collect the employee wage premium, to report to the Department of Labor and Wages, et cetera, on behalf of their employees who are voluntarily opting into the program. So hopefully we'll have some administrative costs to share with you prior to in the October meetings.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for expounding on that. Any further questions or comments from directors? Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Certainly a lot to understand here and unwind now that this has been passed and is rolling out. So thank you. All right, we're going to move to our next discussion item this evening. This is regarding an update on our transit-oriented development. So I will ask Ms. Chessie Brady, Manager of Transit-Oriented Development, to please present the update.
All right, good evening. I will keep it quick as it's late. Thank you for having me. First of all, I wanted to talk about how the let me try to get to my next screen there. There we go. The transit-oriented development program strongly supports the new strategic plan, and very specifically in the planning department, our scorecard requires that we increase revenue from transit-oriented development and joint development on our RTD on land, which is a mandate that I'm very happy to work towards every day. I want to give a quick update on where we are on 3 current projects. The first is 29th and Welton. So this project was brought to the board about a year ago, and the board approved disposition prior to us going out with an RFQ. We did release that RFQ and select Shanahan Development with Elevation Community Land Trust. And that partnership has allowed them to propose an 100% affordable condo project, which goes above and beyond the board's requirements or our requirements for the site as far as affordability goes. So over the next couple of years, you'll be hearing updates from me as we negotiate that deal with them, with the closing, hoping to get to a closing in 2024. So that's moving along, and we're really excited about the land trust partnership and 100% affordable condos. It's a very innovative space. Next, 38th and Blake, this park and ride was acquired for the A line, and the idea is that it will continue to serve as a park and ride, but with development above. Portman Holdings is an Atlanta firm that submitted an unsolicited proposal in August 2021. Here we are a year later, having gone through our unsolicited proposal procedure, and after releasing an RFQ and reviewing our and alternate proposals, we have selected Portman Holdings to continue with that, to pursue that project. So we do expect to come back to the board in the next month or two to request your authorization to enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement. So you should expect to hear much more about this project in the near future. Sheridan parcel, we also talked about around a year ago as we released it from the certificates of participation that finance the parcel. Since in the past year, as the financial and legal requirements around that were worked out, we've now moved into the planning phase where we're working through the city and county of Denver's processes to do entitlements, not entitlements, but survey work and zone lot amendments and other wonky planning things. So we'll again plan to come back to you with that in the near future. Some past projects, I thought I know it's late, but I'd like to take some time to celebrate some successes because we don't do this very often. So a couple of projects. The first is Sheridan Station Apartments, which I think this board is familiar with. RTD leased parking spaces to this 100% affordable building at Sheridan Station on the W line. And there was never any fear of those spaces, those residents overrunning this enormous park and ride that doesn't have very high utilization. And in fact, only about 60 residents actually used parking spaces. So this is just a great example of RTD supporting a local development project and helping people live near transit while meeting zoning requirements. And there's more development coming there soon. And then Alameda Station. So in 2015, the Denizen project replaced the park and ride right at Alameda Station. And it wasn't necessarily the perfect project. It wasn't the densest. It didn't have the least parking. It didn't generate quite the revenue that we wanted, but we believed at the time that that development would catalyze development across the sea of parking that you see going from the station over to Broadway and Alameda to the south, big box stores. And in fact, that's really what we've seen. So there have been almost 1,000 residential units built, another 500 under construction, office and residential planned. And so that investment, so to speak, that RTD made right at the station has yielded positive repercussions that over time will lead to greater density and a more transit friendly and transit supportive area, not only for the rail lines, but also for the Zero and other bus lines that go through these corridors. And then lastly, Old Town Arvada, which was executed around the same time as the Denizen project was going on, and involved many stakeholders, much negotiation. and is finally yielding residential units. So again, not to go into detail, but Trammell Crow is constructing 252 residential units, as well as hotel and restaurants on land that was originally slated to be surface parking lot for RTD. So really positive move, and it takes time, but these things do happen. And then a few quick updates on some TOD topics. Last year, this board approved the equitable TOD policy. And not only are we on track to meet those goals that we set with 29th and Welton, 38th and Blake, and other sites, but what this policy really has done is raise the the stature of affordable housing and its relationship to RTD property, so that when we do receive unsolicited proposals, now they always include some affordable housing and are often 100% affordable, which is very consistent with what the policy was aiming for, and also what supports transit and supports the economics of the region. So a reminder on that, on how that unsolicited proposal procedure works. Developers submit more and more detailed proposals as the process goes on. 38th and Blake, for example, is currently step 6, or will be when we come to you soon to get that approval. 13th Avenue Station has a lot of interest from Aurora. Many other sites are elsewhere in the process, and if anyone wants to circle back, I'm happy to get into more detail. And lastly, we have published our 2021 TOD status report online. There's a link here. I'm happy to send it separately as well, to continuing to show a high level of development around our station that in time will lead to higher ridership and transit supportive. So that's all I've got. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Much appreciated. Impressive presentation in two senses. A lot of information in a quick period of time, and then also really, really great information. And thanks for taking the time to celebrate victories. That is really cool that all of our unsolicited proposals are including affordable housing components. That's a huge victory. So well done, and thank you for sharing that. I see that Ms. Johnson has her hand up, so please.
Yep.
You're on. Yeah. Yep.
Of course, I had to do it at least once. So thank you very much, Chair Davidson, for giving me the opportunity. I wanted to echo what Ms. Brady said and acknowledge that we need to celebrate victories and successes. And I wanted to publicly acknowledge Chessie Brady for being one of the 40 honorees by Mass Transit, which is an industry-based publication. This is the 14th year, and what this program is all about. Since 2008, Mass Transit has compiled a list of emerging leaders within the transit industry to showcase the drive, ambition, entrepreneurship, and can-do attitudes of individuals who will be tasked with carrying the industry forward. It's my understanding that this year brought a record number of nominations, and the result is a group of professionals who represent the breadth of specialties. And so with that as the backdrop, I wanted to acknowledge Ms. Chessie Brady for being in the 2022 class. And I think, as you all clearly have seen, that you know her talents, and I just wanted to take this opportunity and acknowledge her and say congratulations. I'm so honored to be on the same team.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for bringing that up, and congratulations. That is super, super cool. And yeah, easy to see why. Any questions or discussion items from board members? All right. Well, that's awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out this long, and thank you for a great presentation. Also, piling on the accolades, thanks for a great presentation to APTA at the board conference. That was, I know you had to zip right out of there, but a lot of great feedback after that from folks there from other agencies. So thank you for that as well. Wonderful. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to move on to our final item of the evening. So very much thank you to those of you that stayed to present this. So the system-wide fair study and equity analysis is our final discussion item, and I'll call upon Mr. Chris Quinn, Planning Project Manager, and Mr. Carl Green, Jr., Acting Director of Civil Rights, to please present this item and declare victory on staying here to be the last item. So go ahead.
Yes, it's after 9. You can take your tie off.
Sure. Thank you, Director. I'm going to share my screen and is that showing?
Yes,
it is.
Oh, excellent. Great. So again, I am Chris Quinn, a planning project manager, and both Carl Green Jr. and I are kind of co-project managers for this process. We last provided an update to the board back in June, so we wanted to provide yet another update on progress that's been made. Oh, I realize I'm not at the beginning, sorry. We wanted to provide an update of where we stand in the study right now, provide information on what has happened since the last update, community input that we've received, the alternatives that we're currently proposing for consideration, and then go over what our next steps are going to be. And Carl next is going to provide a little bit of a reminder on some of the background of where we are, as well as some of the community input that we have received to date. So Carl.
All right, thank you, Chris. So just this slide here is the study overview, goals, and schedule. Next slide, please. So just as a refresh to the board of directors and other attendees here at the board meeting, the study goals, there are 3, and leading is the first of 3 is equity. And as you can see, the sub bullets underneath that is to support transit reliant, financially burdened customers and to provide equitable, fair access to fares, products, and discounts, regardless of race, color, national origin, income status, and other marginalized communities. The second goal is affordability. And the bullet underneath there is to align fares with the service received. And then the last is simplicity, making fares easier to understand. And this pertains to standardized discounts and streamlining fare payment options. Next slide, please. So as far as the project schedule, really the project started in earnest in January. But as far as this timeline before you all tonight, we're capturing the engagement milestones, so to speak. So dating back to April, that's when we started gathering feedback on our current fare structure, and we provided an update to the board this past June on the feedback that we received from engagement milestone 2. Right now, summer of 2022, we shared and gathered feedback on the conceptual fare options, which we'll be doing tonight, as well as looking at some of the alternatives that we've compiled. Right now, at this stage in the game, we're about 42% of in respect to the project timeline. And as you move from left to right, looking at early 2023, that's when we'll move forward with the formal public comment and hearing. And then spring of 2023, we'll get into the new fare structure decision by the board. And then as far as implementation, that's to be determined. Next slide, please. All right, so I'll give an overview of the engagement activities. So really this is centered on engagement milestone number 2. So first of which we had customer and community meetings which were held in Zoom, both Spanish and English, and we had over 100 attendees. Based off of the feedback that we received from those meetings, we compiled along with our consultants the feedback that we received and then presented it to the 3 feedback panels, which were equity, past programs, and jurisdiction. And that provided the opportunity to garner more feedback and to make tweaks and fine tuning of the information that we received. And equally as important of receiving our customer and community feedback, we also took it in-house to garner and solicit information from our staff, both operations and on the back end. And we communicated it broadly through our Inside Connections, which is our internal newsletter, as well as presented 3 times utilizing our facts and snacks, which is our internal presentation, and then we formulated our questions and answers. Next slide. All right, so as far as our customer and community meetings from June 23 and June 29, the biggest piece or takeaways that I wanted to present to the board today is the input themes that we received. First and foremost, equity is important. People with lower incomes should pay less. You should have free fares, expand EcoPass access. Bottom line, all of our past programs in our discount fares is being able to provide access and remove those barriers. And then the last piece is just to communicate better the relationship between fares and RTD operational costs. Another highlight that I wanted to showcase with the board tonight is the polling results. As you can see, based off of the representation on the different counties, we had great representation considering the amount of time and effort that our consultants and community partners were able to recruit folks across the district. And this also provided another opportunity as we forge ahead in October with engagement milestone 3. Where do we need to make a more concerted effort to bring upon more representation? As you can see here, the dashed lines with Broomfield, Weld, and some lower percentages. So we're taking a concerted effort and a multifaceted approach to ensure that we have greater representation across the service district. And then the last note that I wanted to make on this slide here is just the increase in interest of folks that didn't necessarily attend the first customer and community meeting. So knowing that there are more representation from folks so this basically broadly communicates that we're getting the message and our communications out regarding our system-wide fare study and equity analysis. So again, the point to drive home is, and this is something that we've mentioned early on, that it's a customer and community-centric approach, and we're double downing on our effort to ensure that we are having the most broadest reach with respect to our engagement. Next slide. And then in July 13th, July 14th, we conducted our feedback panels, and essentially we provided a content update, making sure that as we're moving throughout this fare study and equity analysis project, that they are in the position to serve in coveted roles and positions with respect to these 3 feedback panels, and ensuring that they have the ample information that they need in order to help inform decisions and the like. And as far as prioritization of alternatives, specifically thinking about the equity and jurisdiction panels, is the identification of lowering fares as the highest priority. And the pass program panel identified flattening fare structure and reducing the monthly pass pricing as their highest priority. And then last but not least is that there's no consensus reached between the panels on questions of the discount. Next slide. All right, so moving into the alternatives evaluation. Next slide. So a key driver as we're thinking about this copious amounts of information and feedback that we're receiving from our customers and community, ranging from the multiple different methods that we're deploying, is how are we looking to evaluate these fares or the structures that we're going to be moving forward with, or making a decision on how we should proceed from what is the best direction for our new fare structure in 2023. So there are 5 key elements to that. Again, one of which is the customer and community feedback on the fare alternatives, utilizing our 3 goals: equity, affordability, and simplicity. Again, thinking about CFO Doug McLeod mentioning with the MTFP, as it relates to fare revenue and ridership, is the fare modeling to determine pricing. And then the 4th one that I'd like to highlight is the fare equity analysis. We've been presenting a lot today on the fare study portion of it, but equally as important is the equity analysis portion. And what I wanted to highlight is being able to identify the potential adverse effects and the benefits on minority and low-income populations as it relates to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and FTA regulations. One thing that I wanted to highlight that I did not mention before is the way that we structured this project is to perform a preliminary Title VI fare equity analysis. This is considered a best practice in the sense that we're doing it ahead versus after, once we've already have the alternatives displayed. So this is just a best practice, so I wanted to highlight that. And then the last piece as far as the evaluation of the alternatives is consideration of operational, technological, and capital impacts. So with that being said, I'll now pass it back over to Chris.
So I'm going to talk about the concepts that we have under consideration, beginning with the key components that make up those alternatives. And first is lowering the actual fare. simplifying the fare structure. As we've heard a lot as we've been out in the public, the fare structure is rather complicated. Also looking at what are the ways that we can reward our frequent customers, and given the complexity that we have related to our discount fares, can we simplify the fare system and the pass program? And then also, are there ways that we can leverage technology to simplify the fare payment system? Now, I want to note also, if you on the right side of the slide, you do see that we currently have underway the implementation of fare capping. And I know the board has been apprised of that, but want to make sure that that's also known, that that's in the background as we move forward with the alternatives. Now, some specific items that are not under consideration at this point are going with the zero fare program. Also, as part of this study, we are not looking at identifying any kind of new fare revenues. That was one of the tasks of Reimagine, so we're not duplicating that in any way. And we also want to be cognizant as we're running the models, the financial model, making sure that any recommendations that we come up with don't have such an adverse effect to our finances that we would have to implement some kind of service cut in order to make it work. And lastly, we're not looking either at broadening any of the discount eligible categories, so we would stay still with just youth, low income, and elderly. So the conceptual models that we're looking at to model are as follows. And before I get into them, I do want to note, these are 4 concepts. As we move forward, our intent is to probably kind of merge some of the components of these into it so that we lower the number of alternatives when we move forward to the public. But I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later in the presentation after we go through the actual alternatives. First alternative being lower fares pretty much speaks for itself. In this particular case, we would keep the existing fare structure so that we would still have local, regional, airport fares, but the intent would be all of the fares would in fact be lower than what they are right now. And the highest priority would be to lower the fares for the local services. Also, right now, the Live discount is currently a 40% discount, and we would like to, as part of this alternative, increase that to be a 50% discount so that it also aligns with the senior and disabled discount. And then lastly, this would include lowering the monthly pass multiple. And what we mean by this is currently, if you buy a monthly pass for, say, the local service, that cost is 38 times of what a 3-hour pass would be. So you would have to use that if you were, say, a typical commuter, you would have to use that 19 times round trip or 38 total in order to get your money's worth or to break even on that pass. So we'd like to propose a lower multiple for that, and some of the other alternatives include this same bullet as well. Second alternative focuses on mobility and access. So here we keep the same general fare structure for the full fare customers, but where we start to, but instead this one focuses on discounts for those that are for, say, our low income fares. So as an example, we would flatten fares for discount customers. So if you were to buy a local pass, you would be able to use that pass on all of the services. We'd also, as part of this alternative, try to improve access to the Live program. One of the things that we have heard is the whole application process is rather complicated and tedious. And then are there ways that we could also introduce new pass options for those most in need, such as nonprofit programs, affordable housing programs, or even expanding the school pass. And then similar to the first alternative, also here again, lowering the monthly pass multiple from 38 to a lower number. Alternative 3 focuses on simplicity. This one would be what we refer to as a flat fare with an airport premium, so that whether you get on a local bus or a regional bus, you pay the exact same fare, the exception being if you are traveling to the airport. Here again, we would align the discounts. So 50% for a 3-hour and day pass for discount customers. And then also we would propose increasing the discount to 70% from 50% for a monthly pass. Also introduce bulk purchase discounts. And then with the Eco Pass, right now we have a rather complicated structure of what we call SLAs, or service level areas. They're basically zones in which if your business is located in a specific zone, then you pay a different rate than a business that's located in another zone or SLA. What we'd like to do is consolidate the number of SLAs and also consolidate the employer size groups so that it would be easier for the public, if they're interested in pursuing an Eco Pass, or businesses interested in pursuing an Eco Pass, easier for them to understand what they would actually be paying based on their business size and their location. I'd also like here again to reduce the monthly pass multiple, consistent with all of these. And then the last alternative that we'd be looking at would be a complete flat fare. And that would include a flat fare even for the airport. So no matter what RTD service you get on, bus, light rail, train, you would pay the exact same fare. Similar to the previous alternative, here again aligning the discounts for senior disabled at 50%, simplifying the pass program and Eco Pass again, along with all the previous alternatives, lowering the monthly pass multiple. So our next steps, what we'd like to do is take the alternatives that we're presenting tonight and start to refine those, possibly consolidate those, so that when we go out to the public, we have a reduced number of alternatives that are kind of picking up the key elements of the alternatives that we're presenting tonight. We're now working on modeling these alternatives, see what the impacts are to both revenue and ridership, and working on how we best communicate to the public what these, exactly how these alternatives work, since obviously there's quite a bit of nuances in how, each one performs for individual customers. As Carl noted, we are at what we're calling milestone number 3. So this is where we will be going back to the public for our community meetings. Similar to our previous outreach, we will again be doing a meeting in English, and then followed by a meeting in Spanish. Our hope is to have those meetings scheduled for sometime late October. We are right now working on dates for those meetings, and then along with those meetings, we're working with our community partners to conduct focus groups and see if we can partner on outreach events. So that's our path moving forward, and happy to try to address any comments, questions, concerns that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Quinn and Mr. Green, for a great presentation and great progress. Much appreciated. Go ahead and call on directors for comments and questions. Director Geisinger, please.
Bravo. It looks like you're doing some great work. And, I really like the looking at the nonprofits and the affordable housing like a neighborhood. I think both of those, our LIVE program is great, but people have to go through a whole process. And I think enabling our nonprofits to help people as they come in is a really important thing. And the affordable housing just seems like a great thing. Are the alternatives all separate, or will you maybe end up picking up pieces of various ones?
Yeah, so right now we have them all separate, but our intent when we go to the public is to have these consolidated so that we would, in a perfect world, go forward with say 2 alternatives that kind of pull out, for lack of a better way to say it, the best, what we believe to be kind of the best components of those concepts.
Okay, and just one more question, Chris. Are you looking at any changes to the neighborhoods to make those more attractive, the neighborhood eco passes?
Yeah, so we're looking at both the eco and the Eco Pass. Any way to make it for either of them to simplify the process. Yeah, recognizing again that it is a complicated structure right now.
Yeah, Yeah, no, I think that there's some really interesting ideas and I look forward to following it in the future. Thanks.
Very much, Director Geisinger. Director Cook, please.
Thanks. So the flat fare, you know, on its face is so attractive because it does a couple of things. It makes it more affordable for a swath of the ridership, but also simplifies. However, I wanted to ask you, does that assume or do we think then that the flat fare will be higher than what we have as local fare now, but somewhat less than the regional fare? Is that what the assumption would be? And do we know what percentage of tickets purchased or rides are local versus regional?
We are in the process of modeling right now to see what the what we, I don't want to say could get away with in terms of the lowest fare for that, but yeah, we are working through determining what that would be, whether that would be higher than the current local fare or whether in fact we could go lower than that, but not sure yet. And then, and Carl, I don't know if you happen to know, I can say that we do have our highest percentage of ridership is customers using the local fare. I don't know percentage wise though what that is. And we can certainly respond and a follow up with you to that.
And then the second question is, I think this is implied, when somebody qualifies for the LIVE program or the senior citizen discount, do they then have that same percentage discount applied to the monthly pass? It sounded like it did. I just wanted to verify that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Mr. Bill Saroy raised his hand. So wondered if you had something to chime in on those questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to what Chris was saying in terms of the consolidation alternatives. Another factor that we're looking at of these is equity and kind of how equity plays into the different alternatives. So as we look at, you know, consolidation and other things, that's going to be a factor that we'll be looking at as we kind of pull out things or keep things in.
Great. Thank you very much. Director Whitmore, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, earlier this evening, Director Cook eloquently talked about some things we're celebrating, things that we've done that we don't get a lot of recognition from the general public. You know, the pension plan changes for our employees and state of good repair movement and 3 months operating reserves and partnership potentialities. And, you know, then we hear from Ms. Brady on the great news on the transit-oriented development. But I just continue to marvel at the actions we're taking, and I just want to give kudos on this study, fair and equity study. It's been needed for a long time. Love the presentation. I need to go back over it again, but I appreciate you gentlemen hanging with us till 9:30 to present it. So thank you all for the good input. And as Chess or Deborah said, we do need to celebrate. I know this is not, but it's moving in the right direction. So thank you all.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Director Whitmore, for that. Really, really great work and really exciting. And I think things that we all hear about quite often and also live with. I know many of us have lived in very different areas and used very different systems and have seen lots of opportunities for improvement here. And this team's really taking that on and biting that off. That's really exciting. It's really cool. Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments from directors or anything else that the team wants to add? All right. Well, with that, thank you very much for the presentations and to everybody for all of the discussion items. We're going to go ahead and move to our other matters. Are there any other matters to discuss at the committee this evening? Well, shockingly, I don't see any hands at the moment. So we will have no other matters this evening. With that, our next meeting of this committee, the Finance and Planning Committee, will be held on Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. And with that, seeing no other discussion, we will adjourn the meeting at 9:43 p.m. Mountain Time. Thank you so much, everybody. Great work. Good to see you all.